I should say it's more deductive. Sorry. I took the model that I have in my house of a globe, which is a tiny little globe, 4 inches in diameter, and I took measurements on it from different places on Earth that I could correlate to measurement points on Earth. And there was a volcano that went off in March, and it sent a shockwave around the world, measured at tens of thousands of public and private and government um, barometers. And using that information, knowing that my tiny little globe has a 24,901 miles circumference, I started making some calculations based on that assumption. So
what's the scale? What's the scale on your globe that you have?
I couldn't tell you that.
And also, he started with the globe already. So he was like, "Give me your 3 top globe proofs." And the third one, just the third one, you already have to believe Earth is a ball before it becomes a quote ball Earth proof.
No, here's what I'm doing: is I'm taking an analysis of that said globe and checking the predictions of said globe against a natural phenomenon that was not man-made. Well, hence.
So let me, just real quick, Moyak, do you think that there's a difference between a mile on flat Earth and a mile on the globe?
I don't know what a mile on flat Earth is. It doesn't seem.
It's a mile, bro. It's a mile.
There's no given distances to anything on flat Earth.
Okay, so again, my question was going back to the globe that you have on your desk. What's the scale? What's the, if you had a legend for?
Hey, Travis, if you don't mind, I really don't like talking to you.
I'm just asking a question, bro.
I know. I really just do not enjoy talking to you. So you may feel free to do it, but.
Do you need to pull up your big boy pants and then we can have a conversation, Moyak, or what?
No, you're an obnoxious person. I don't like dealing with
So
you.
you're going on your experience of me in the past, right?
Nice talking to you, dude. Have a good one.
All right, whatever. I'll back off. Right. Go ahead.
So he made
new guy.
Thanks, man. I appreciate it. He made an interesting point. Oh, sorry. Go ahead, man. Sorry.
He ran away.
He made an interesting point spread over 2 points that it's great. I appreciate that he outlined that because it'll take an opportunity to kind of teach the audience on something that he outlined. He said 2 things. Pay attention to what he said over 2 points. The words circum and navigation. And I'm not talking about circumcision. I'm talking about circum and navigation. So we all know that there's only one device that measures north, and it's called the compass, right? And that's magnetic, like it goes to that. Now I understand there's all the sidebar conversations that talks about north varies and things of that nature, but for the purpose of this conversation and where we all are, north is a central point, and south there's no magic magnetic south on anything. You can't show me a tool. Pardon me?
Who's that?
I think he ate his satellite.
Right the hand, you're breaking up, right the hand. You're roboting. Go, Keely.
Thanks, man. So from a standpoint of circumnavigation meaning we're able to go around in a circle around a central point. We're able to extract that south by default of location of north is a big giant ring all around the outside of us. And that's where I'll raise the treaty of the 60th parallel for conversation if you guys want to talk about potential conspiracy theories. But that's just it. I'm like, how can you not think that north is a center point, the point on a target, and south is automatically by default at the back always?
Hello? Better?
Yeah, mate. Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
So I was just saying that, again, maybe I'm being pedantic, right? But I would say north is not a point, but it's a direction.
I missed that. Sorry, say that again. I'm so sorry.
North ain't a point, it's a direction.
Yeah, but
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 at some
oh,
point,
sorry.
your compass points in a specified direction. If you go in the north, you're gonna get a much tighter circle around what? A direction or a point?
Exactly.
I've never personally had my compass point anywhere but where I've never been able to, like, go forward, go towards north, and have the compass change direction.
I know that because north is always going to be centrally observed, again, for the purpose of this conversation, because if we all had a compass in our hands, they'd all be pointing to north, right? Which from our purview right now, again, I'm not going to get up and walk to north because that would just be stupid, but I'm not an ignorant man, and I'm able to ascertain the fact that north is a centrally observed point, and simply by the observance, and I guess you would say extrapolation for a big word, you know that south is all around you. Like, it's default, like Homer Simpson would say, the two most beautiful words in the English language.
Well, I'd say I would argue with that, right? So what you have when you go north, right?
Let's go.
North
Argue
would
it.
be a straight. So north would be a straight line, right?
Yeah.
You get what I'm saying?
100%.
So now the first that point, you don't have that point, so to speak. You just have the direction of
Yes.
the compass, right?
Yes.
So you go
100%.
this way, and it's so
Yes.
that's where I'm like, and then that center point creates the circle around it, right? And this is where the world
Hold
starts to
on.
become
No. Hold on.
this round thing.
Hold on. Let's back up, though, because you're painting a great picture, and I appreciate it. You have the compass in your hand, right? It tells you to go this one direction, and you're going to keep going to that one direction, right?
Yeah.
Right?
Now,
Wait, where do you live?
there could be.
Where do you hold on, Ghost? We need to set this up
Florida.
finitely so we can paint a great picture for the audience. Where do you live, sorry?
Florida.
Florida. Awesome. So you're gonna start walking up, right? The Eastern time zone lineage, right? Because we can agree that you're in the Eastern time zone, are you not? It's currently 3 p.m. for you. So you're going to walk up the Eastern time zone all the way up, because I think that's a fair statement, because we know that the Eastern time zone, I'm in Ontario, I am north of you. So you and I are going to be walking in the exact same direction north, are we not?
Yeah. Oh, yeah. In my my view of the
Shout
world,
out to the West Coast. Who's in the West Coast right now on the live stream? Anybody on the West Coast live stream? Anyways, wait, would you say band?
No, not me. No, I'm in the best country in the world.
Where the hell are you?
Oh, man, I'm down under, as they
Okay.
say.
Awesome. That's even a better place to be. So you got a compass in your hand too, because you're on the on the southern hemisphere, right? So you're going to observe my point too. You got a compass in your hand, and it's pointing where?
My compass is pointing bloody north.
Exactly. So what I'm saying to you, what I'm saying is, Ghost, right? If everybody's walking their same line, which is that line going to that center location, quote, north, right? At some point, I agree with you, we will all pass each other if we're stupid enough to keep walking. But the joke is, our compasses will flip back around and reorient us and send us to the right location. Obviously, within, I think it varies by like 600 kilometers or something like that. But, sorry, Ghost, what do you think about that aspect? The illustration of the time zones to help us formulate where north is.
So you know the time and date map?
Yes.
Okay, so on that map, north, east, south, west, there it's like a D-pad, directional, right?
Yes.
They never overlap each other. You get north will never overlap. Okay. Now on the other models of the world, right, the ball Earth, even the flat Earth ring top down thing, north and east can intersect depending on where you are, right? Because north travels in a circle. It's not empirical like the D-pad. Get what I'm saying?
Okay, so hold on a second. Are you observing north as a central target? I.e., I'm literally saying north would be a point in the middle of the target, the bullseye.
No,
And
it'd be up.
Then you and I, then that's the problem, right? Because you and I are arguing two different
that's what I'm
models.
trying to say. Yeah,
and
exactly.
the thing about it is we're going to attempt to apply a cross pattern, right, to a model that's way different. So yeah, our conversation is completely fruitless.
Yeah, that's why I was saying, like, when somebody, you know, north, like, to me, again, I'll be pedantic for the sake of the conversation, but so this is why you can interpret, right? I interpret that north very literally. You go up, and if you want to
Mhm.
go west, you go to the left, and that's how I see it. And people are like, well, and then
Right.
of course it comes to the question, well, what about the edges? I don't
Right.
concern myself with that, right? Because
Oh,
you know, the
well,
ball,
but okay,
they wrap it
see,
around themselves.
no, but dude, listen, hold on. Listen, my guy. Be respectful on this. And again, I'm not here. I'm not, don't ever be offended to the way I talk. I just talk the way I talk. We can't be ignorant about what we can observe. And that's when I say I'll honestly call people and be like, you're being intellectually dishonest, right? Because again, I can't walk into a hardware store and buy some magic device that shows me where south is. I can't. There's no magnetic south. It doesn't exist. Right? There's a north. It is a centrally observed point. This is fact coming from my buddy
See, I got
located
a
in a
fact
hold
there again.
on. A centrally observed point coming, shout outs to my buddy in Australia that can back me up on that. Right? And so the issue is through circumnavigation, we defeat the aspect of the observance of the South Pole. 100%. I'm sorry, man. There's no magnetic
Okay,
south.
so let's say you got the guy in Australia and me in Florida, right? On that time and date map, right? North would be the same direction for both of us, right? It would be up towards the top of the map, but we would never converge.
My silence is
See what I'm
just me
saying?
giving you space to listen. It's not, and believe me, you're never going to get me
No,
saying I agree
I'm
with you.
not saying I'm right. I'm not saying I'm right. So this is, but my point is, we don't observe that central point. We observe the being able to go linearly north,
Yeah,
right?
and
That's
that's a
how
problem
we go.
because
How
there's
is that a
that's
problem?
just because again on a globe aspect, there's some
I don't
point
care
where
about
that's gonna well, there's you guys the aspect of
I'm not a
north.
glober,
So
so
you're
I'm not
saying
arguing
that.
from the
Well,
globe.
how do you think that this thing functions then?
I just told you, like the time and date. I think it's like
Do you
now.
think it's a big block of big block of pizza like a rectangle?
I don't think it has a shape, right? I think picture like a video game. Like if you had a world that you could walk around in the video game, it wouldn't have a shape. You would
Actually,
just be able to experience being in it.
I will say to you that a video game is not a bad lily pad example because video games are built on planes, right? There's no curves and they don't even
Yeah,
design video games with curves.
they're built on our you know, because we see like the
Yeah,
line of sight. Like I
yeah,
think line of sight is just a line. It's not this curved path of light.
yeah.
You see because it's right there. There's no.
The only person that dictates perspective in a picture, or not in a picture, but the only person that dictates perspective is the person perceiving it, right? And you can't capture that in a picture. It's impossible because that picture only captures a 2D view. It misses the z-axis, the axis coming out at you. That's the third plane. I don't know. I'm still
Actually, to be pedantic, I would say the z-axis is the zenith, the xy, the x would be coming at you, the y would be your horizon.
interesting because okay, so from my headspace, I grew up. Well, not grew up, but I study architecture and using AutoCAD. And when using AutoCAD, which is the design software used for designing houses and buildings and doing structure and analysis and all this kind of stuff, the X and Y runs left to right, the Y goes up and down, and then it is assumed that the Z is this pole, so to speak, riding in and out of the computer screen like the third plane. But yeah, the zenith, I can totally see that as well. It makes a lot of sense. I appreciate it. I'll check into that as well. Thank you.
There's no state tax in Florida, just so you know. But yeah, those coordinates are all, you know, quote unquote lines.
Okay, so Ghost, do you think that we're in a closed system, or do you think we're in an open system?
I look at it literally like the world only exists where people are around for it to be rendered as so. So like wherever there isn't a person, right? There is no quote Earth just waiting. You know, it's
You got the
not until you get there.
You got the Matrix view then.
Well, just like a video game, right? It would just, I mean, it would, you could quote map it out, right? And this is where the maps start not making sense. You know, you're like, wait a minute, I can walk straight and come back on myself. It's got to be a ball then. And we're like, but wait, the ball doesn't make sense. I didn't feel any going around. So this is where it's like, you know, to me, the more logical explanation than a ball would be like a minus world or some kind of, you know, like how the Simpsons, you see them running or cartoons and they just come back on the same thing.
Gotcha.
I also think a part of it is not meant to be known, right? Like that's the whole point of a supreme being creating something is that you can't see it like he does, and that's what again, I think this always will come back to God and man wanting to try and be God and can see his creation and know how it works and can tell you, oh yeah, this is how this works and all that. So it never makes sense. It doesn't line up, right?
So you do believe in God? Are we allowed to talk about God? Sorry.
Yeah.
Just well, that's good, man. And I'll be honest with you, being a man of scripture, that's what got me kicking this last little leg of my conspiracy build out. So I've been building this conspiracy for almost like 3 years now. Start with the background noise. It was the understanding of what he created on the second day. And once I unpacked that and realized that, I was like, God, there's no way that we can be in an open system. It doesn't make any damn sense. So yeah, that's what left myself at. Gentlemen, thank you so very much for the engagement. I gotta run out, but I appreciate the authorization to chat and be a part of the community. Hope to stick around and provide some fat to chew on.
Yeah, thanks for popping around, man, and hope to see you again at some stage.
Definitely. I have an alt account. I call it the King's Clown. So I'll go through the authorization on that account. But
All right, yeah, I'll probably
yeah, no
ban
sense
that.
for us. It's my cell phone, so I can stay on the road and still chat and whatnot, and then my home account when I'm in front
All
of
right,
the
then. Well,
computer.
if I'm around, send me a DM or something so I know.
Well, it's crazy because yesterday I just decided to be all brave and message what's his face, message Geo directly, and I'm like, "Yo, I heard your server was dope. Let me in." He's like, yeah, just go to the voice stream, and so I'll go through when I see him around, I'll go through the proper process and make it official. But more than anything else, honestly, I really appreciate just the honest and sincere engagement with you guys. It's really refreshing. I really appreciate it, guys.
No, it's been good, Kiwi. All right, mate. Till next time, brother.
Take care, friends. Be well.
Yeah, Kiwi's a good guy. He's been in 24/7 quite a bit lately.
Just a young fella, by the sounds of things too.
Sounds like it. Yeah, I don't know how old he is.
I'm going to say early to mid 20s. I'm going to say at a guess.
Kind of has that energy, yeah.
Definitely. Yeah. But yeah, no, he seems to have his head screwed on right. So yeah, a public holiday up there in Canada. Those Canadians get it easy. All those public holidays. Do they ever work? Isn't it a constant public holiday up there?
Yeah, I don't know. What do Canadians do?
Collect maple syrup.
There we go.
Damn good maple syrup too, I must say. Damn
Yeah.
good maple syrup. Yeah.
Hey, we have a good supply of syrup that comes from the United States up there in Vermont, which might as well be Canada, eh?
Close enough, isn't it? Hey, close enough.
Yeah.
Yeah, but once you've had pure maple syrup, you never go back to that artificial flavoring. Oh, it's dreadful. Absolutely dreadful.
Yeah, I agree. The 90% corn syrup, maple syrup.
Oh, yeah. It's disgusting. The one we get here is Camps, which I think is
Hams.
yeah, or Camp. It's either Camp or Camps.
Camp. Okay.
I think it's Canadian. Could be wrong, but
Is that pure maple syrup, or is that the corn syrup?
no. It's pure maple syrup.
Okay. Good.
Yep, it's 100%. Well, that's what it says on the label. 100% pure. Right? Not artificially flavored, pure.
Nice.
And it's oh man, it's like well, it ain't cheap. Put it that way.
No. Pure maple syrup is expensive.
Yeah, it's like I don't know. Well, for half a liter, it's about I don't know, $100 for half a liter, thereabouts.
Wow.
Yeah.
It's like Worcestershire sauce. There's like two types. There's the corn syrup, which is like $2 a bottle, and then the real stuff, which is like 4 times as much.
Yeah. But once you've had the real stuff, it's just, oh man.
I'll tell you one industry when it comes to food products where they claim purity, but it's nothing of the sort, is in the honey industry.
Oh yes. Yes.
There is some corruption around honey.
And you know how to tell the purity of your honey, Napalm?
You snort it.
Snort it.
No. It's not a powder,
Small...
Moyak.
Well, the crystallization perhaps around the edges.
Exactly. It burns like hell.
Yeah. But yeah, Napalm, do you know how to test the purity of your honey?
No.
No. What you do
No.
is you get a little saucer, okay, and you get a dab of honey and you put it in the center of the saucer, and then just cover it with water, and then you swoosh the water all over it. And the faster it turns into little hexagon shapes. I think it's hexagons, the shape of the hive what they make. It makes these perfect hexagon shapes within the honey itself almost
Oh, I never
immediately.
heard that.
Yep, the faster it does it, right, the purer your honey. It's
'Cause I
absolutely
heard that it didn't dissolve, and regular honey dissolves much slower. But I've never heard of that
yeah.
hexagon, and I've never observed it.
Yeah. Yeah. You do it more with what you think is pure honey or even close to pure honey, right? And you put a dob of it in your saucer and then just cover it with water and then just slosh it around a bit and before your very eyes you see it taking the shape of or what do you call it there? The honeycomb, the hexagon
That's
shapes.
crazy. It almost has some inherent structural nature to it or
It's
something.
got a memory. Yeah, like this memory to it. Yeah,
Huh.
definitely. hmm Yeah. Yeah, it's pretty cool. It's pretty damn cool.
Have you done it?
Yes, yeah, definitely done it. Yeah, definitely. Yep. Yeah, I was blown away. I thought, nah, this is just, a bloody smoke and mirrors type of trick. But anyway, I did it myself. Um, with what we had, just like the normal honey in the pantry, and occasionally when we go to the farmers market, if the what do they call them, the beekeeper people? Um, oh, there's a name for them. But anyway, the people anyway that sell the pure honey, occasionally we buy that, but it's pretty expensive. But anyway, I did it with that one day, and the speed at which it does it is incredible with the pure stuff, and more defined too. It's way more defined, that hexagon shape.
I'm looking. Was the video you saw a little yellow plate with a flower on it?
Oh, the video I saw. Gee, I'm talking years ago now.
Okay.
I couldn't tell you what video I saw, but I've I've done it personally myself a few different occasions.
Huh. Yeah, that doesn't. God, I'm not sure. Like hexagons, when you're dealing with circles, like even soap bubbles, like if you make like one layer of soap bubbles, as they connect, they sort of form hexagons. Um, so I'm not sure that the hexagonal shape has any meaning beyond the fact that it's creating these little spheres of honey, essentially, that are all connecting together. But it
Look,
is interesting. Definitely,
yeah,
definitely.
whether it looks hexagonal because they are spheres joined together or what, it's just still
Right.
pretty cool the way it does it. And like I said, it's a good test to test your pure honey from that artificial flavoring that they call honey.
So this is why, I think the way something looks.
Yeah, well, when you look at honey, it's not always honey. You got to look at honey a bit closer, don't you? So the closer you look at honey, you can determine that it's really honey.
If it doesn't burn, it's not pure. That's a strange one.
Sorry, if it doesn't burn.
Yeah, it's this one's showing you different ways of telling whether it's honey or not.
Oh, okay.
I would think that any kind of fake sugar would burn. It's weird.
Hmm. Well, you
Guys,
would
is
think.
that, it's not everything what they say, right? It's like.
No, exactly, Chris. Yeah, exactly.
I don't mind them making fake honey, but I don't understand why the FDA lets them get away with it, not labeling.
Well, it should be called flavoring. Not they shouldn't be allowed to label it honey. That's what they get away with, the mislabeling of things.
I'm trying to think
Thing
of
is,
other examples of that people use, like, I don't know, like calling something a steak that's not made of beef.
mm,
So I think they get, and it's
Well,
not really a good
they'll
example,
say
but
fresh, like fresh, never frozen, right? Even though it can technically be below 32 degrees, because that's the freezing point for water, not poultry. So it's just the water in the poultry that froze. It's not technically the chicken that froze. You know what I mean? It's like, it's frozen.
yeah, yeah, it's all the loopholes in it.
But the honey seems to be like a pretty, like usually with most things in America, they have food labels and they're supposed to put in the major
Oh,
constituent
no,
parts.
we're
But
horrible with it.
with honey, there's no need for that label, or for some reason they get away without labeling that. I find that strange.
Well, it's because, remember, it's like chocolate, right? It's chocolate if it's a percentage chocolate. You know what I mean? So it's like, oh, you can call it chocolate if it's 42% chocolate and 30 whatever or 70% fucking wood pulp. Like technically you got enough chocolate in there to call it a chocolate bar. And I'm like, that's not chocolate. Chocolate was the 42% that you use to make, you know what I mean? So it's like with honey. Well, technically, if it's this percentage honey, it's honey. And I'm like, no, it's okay.
It's kind of like close enough to parallel as parallel, Chris.
Yeah, it's good.
Then again, if anything ever says 100% chocolate, I ain't eating it. That's super gross. Milk chocolate is way better than just plain old black dark chocolate. No sugar.
Well, yeah, but if I went and bought a bar of chocolate, right? There's two bars. They cost the same amount of money. One is 100% pure chocolate, and the other is 20% chocolate and some sugar, which is super cheap, but they're charging me the price of chocolate for all of these ingredients. That's where, I mean, I guess it's not, it is what it is, but I would still rather get the full chocolate, and I'll add some sugar and whatnot and get the better deal.
I like when I go to, like, for a long time when you went to IHOP, you asked for maple syrup. They'd have maple syrup, and you guys should get maple syrup. Now you go there and they hand you Aunt Jemima, and it's like, oh fuck no, that's not maple syrup. You can tell me that that's the only syrup you have, but don't bring that out when I ask for maple syrup. And I understand the stuff is expensive.
So, Bandsaw is correct. If you swirl some water around on the top of honey, it forms honeycomb shapes. Just did it.
There you go. What do you reckon?
It's interesting, man.
Pretty crazy, isn't it?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Learn something new every day.
Yeah, that's fucking awesome, man. Hasn't Saturn got like a hexagon poles shaped on their poles or something? No, Jupiter or Saturn, hexagon, beehive, whatever.
Saturn, the alleged North Pole of Saturn, has a hexagonal shape to it. Allegedly.
Yeah, you can't even say it does because you guys don't believe in it, and you can't observe it from Earth.
Well, that's a broad statement that we don't believe in Saturn.
No, you don't believe in Saturn as it stands with a pole.
Yeah, we don't believe Saturn is like Earth, just bigger and made out of what we breathe And, you know what I mean? Like there's an identifiable, unique thing in the sky that we look at, and it does. You know, depending on your telescope, it can look hexagonal. That's Saturn.
Luckily, we don't believe
I
that
don't
Saturn
see
is
it from Earth.
the same thing as Earth and made out of what we breathe either.
That's true too.
Well, I mean, yeah, I know, but
I mean, it's made of the same stuff we breathe, as is sulfur hexafluoride gas. And
yeah, that's fantasy, man, to me, anyway. Raining diamonds, right? There's a place where it rains diamonds. You know, that's what they'll tell you.
Is there any problem with that happening?
The funny part
is there? I mean,
they troll you with stuff like Uranus smells like sulfur, so it smells like farts. So they're literally trolling you, and it's quite hilarious.
But no, as far as raining diamonds, diamonds, we know how to make them. So it's just a set of conditions that have to happen.
well, you know, hey, that's again, you believing. That's a pretty. If picture there was no Saturn to have this happen.
Yeah.
The idea of diamonds falling from the sky would be rather ridiculous and outside of anything we've seen in reality.
Yeah, so
I could agree with that.
Yeah, well, then this is how they can get you to believe something that is ridiculous and outside of reality by first manifesting some fictional place where it does happen and it could happen, and then that almost normalizes it. Oh yeah, raining diamonds. Yeah, I can see that happening, and I'm just like, wow, you know.
I've heard people can walk on hot coals and not burn their feet. That's outside of my
that, bro. Tough leather on the bottom of your skin is not the same as raining diamonds, you know, and that's something they work towards.
You go ahead and walk across a bed of 1,000-degree coals for 10 seconds with tough leather feet. I think I challenge you to get that tough. I know. I do believe there is a physical answer for it, but it just it's outside of my experience.
Yeah, but you've seen somebody walk on coals, so.
I also find it ironic that women are associated with Venus, and that just so happens to be where it rains diamonds. You would think that a large coalition of women would have come together to form a space agency to go up there and mine those shiny little things.
Why? They would instantly lose all value.
It's funny how we
had enough of them here on Earth. They're the most plentiful gemstone here on Earth. Why would we go somewhere else where they're also very plentiful?
No, jade is way more plentiful.
So we have Venus and we have penis. We have a link.
Uranus and Uranus. Where's the cock? Come on, it's in there. She's got to be in there somewhere. Find it. We just need the dick.
That claim that diamonds are the most plentiful, I wouldn't go there. They may be more plentiful than they're made out to be because of the consortium. But I would say jade. Jade is found inside of riverbanks all over the place. Diamonds do seem to be relegated to a few locations that are owned by the people who control the diamond trade.
Yeah, and the fact that we can make synthetic diamonds that are virtually no different now is just, it amazes me that the diamond market is
virtually no different.
Yeah,
there's a big difference. There's a big difference, which is the price.
They're virtually the same, right? Meaning they aren't exactly the same.
Yeah,
right?
I wasn't being pedantic. I was just saying that they're a lot cheaper than the natural ones, even though they're a lot more pure.
Those man-made diamonds, apart from appearance and whatnot, their makeup, are they the same as?
Yes, they are.
They look so real. They have to be fake.
So can they use those on saw blades and things like that? Those.
Absolutely.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, they've been making artificial diamonds for that as long as they've been making artificial gemstones.
There you go.
Basically, all you do is you take, like, as I understand it, you take like some carbon.
They're so perfect. They gotta be fake.
Clay, and then you put it inside of an iron ball or something, then drop that in water. You'll get diamonds.
There you go. That's crazy.
Has you ever heard it was geology is hardened biology?
A lot of it is.
Diamonds aren't.
I mean, I don't know. I don't know.
But isn't it funny that they determine if it's a fake diamond by how perfect it is? If it's too perfect, it's got to be fake.
Oh really? No way.
Yeah,
Isn't it?
No way.
It's like the Elon Musk statement, right?
Yeah, exactly.
So
Exactly.
it looks so real, it's got to be fake.
It's got to be fake.
Oh, no, it's so fake. No, it looks so fake, it's got to be real. That's the opposite.
I'm surprised.
Yeah, I was going to say that did not look real.
I'm surprised he didn't cover his.
Yeah, if you take it into a diamond appraiser and he looks at it, it'll be flawless and perfect, and the clarity and the color are at the top notch. And they said this can't exist in nature, so it's fake.
Well, the only real good use for diamonds is like coatings for tools and shit. Jewelry is like, oh, come on, that's such a
Come on.
manifested a use for something useless.
Really? So cotton shouldn't be used for clothes and.
And that goes for
Did I
gold.
say that? That's not even nearly the same.
The
Or a hat.
industrial purposes for gold way outweigh the value of gold as a shiny metal bracelet. Like, it's amazing that people can find value in these stupid things.
Yeah, gold has a lot of intrinsic value to it for sure.
It has no
It
intrinsic
doesn't
value.
tarnish.
It's only society that decides it has value.
You don't think there's value in gold?
There's a little bit in that it's a good coating
conductor.
for not rusting things. For oxidation.
Everything has value, right? Everything
Yeah,
I think has equal value because it's all
that's
part of the same. How are you going to say gold is more valuable, quote, than the dirt we walk on or something?
Well, it's utility. So what is it used for? What can it actually accomplish and make your life better?
There's a
standing
lot
on
of utility to gold, right? There's
a lot of utility in the ground that you stand on too, right?
Damn, I can grow
Yep.
carrots in dirt. Can I grow carrots in
Well,
gold?
I guess you break it down to supply and demand.
Yeah,
Well,
dirt.
something like gold has value because it helps you do stuff that you can't normally do. I think they say with monoatomic gold, it helps preserve life. It helped turn gray hair black again
They're
and
good
stuff
for
like
fillings.
that.
It's
So
good
it
for
appears to have an
conductors.
intrinsic value that other metals don't quite have.
Well, show me where it's good for life.
Everything is unique, right? Everything has a unique purpose. And that's what makes it value is its unique purpose. And to say, because this has this unique purpose, it's more valuable than something that has another.
Well, the purpose of this will be subsumed under other purposes because without time, you can't even enjoy other things. And so if this thing's helping you live longer, it's going to take on a higher value than something else that, say, does not.
Well, do you eat gold supplements? I mean, do you eat jewelries and earrings? Jewelry.
It has to be treated in a certain way.
Colloidal silver. Are you a colloidal silver guy?
Treated into a powder that you can eat. Yeah.
Lemon, are you a colloidal silver person?
Yes, but you can also eat monoatomic gold powder, and they say it was
your skin
gray
turning
hair
blue?
black and helping to preserve their life. And stuff like that.
His skin's turning green. Lemon, you won't be lemon anymore.
We're talking about gold, not silver. Oh Lord, we're talking about gold, not silver. Monoatomic
Gold Sloggers has gold in it.
It's talking about him eating some of these minerals.
Have you guys heard the stories about this powder being found in the pyramids, possibly being monoatomic gold?
I have. They talked about it being a big monoatomic gold factory that they used to get the manna from heaven. This monoatomic gold that would preserve health and vigor in life. They said that they would bake it into cakes and eat it.
You have any double-blind studies done by the monoatomic gold people who think that it works?
No, I don't have anything like that.
I don't need a double-blind study to tell me the papaya I eat from my backyard gives me instant energy. I just know it
What about
does.
gold? Have you eaten a chunk of gold lately?
No.
Monoatomic gold powder specifically, because you're kind of misrepresenting it. You need to put it into a powder formulation, a white powder that you can mix with your food and eat first.
And where does this get used in the body? What biological process runs on it?
Good question. I don't know.
Probably has some good qualities based on the electric nature of the body, right? The good conductor. Maybe it makes your your electric body more strong. Who knows?
Yeah.
Would being a better conductor be better for you? Like if my nerves all of a sudden, my conductivity of my nerves changed, I would think that might be a problem.
You'd be more electrical.
Yeah,
Than
you don't want them being too. You don't want them being too conductive. You might have a seizure. Like they might just a smaller amount of electricity might trigger them, and you might lose control.
It's a possibility, but electricity helps form and structure the body. So if your electrical system is nice and connected head to toe, you're going to be a much more efficient electrical machine and possibly able to live longer without any, short circuiting or anything like that.
Yeah, tell that to the guys in the electric chair.
You can see your electrical meridians upon life, but upon death, these electrical meridians appear to be invisible and practically disappear to the unaided eye. But when you're alive, these electrical systems and meridians and stuff like that are much easier to see and monitor.
And
so it
yet
looks
the
like we're
same
also
person-
electrical bodies as well.
And yet the same person who wants everything proven to the nth degree on the Glober side goes and says, yeah, I'm going to eat monatomic gold because somebody told me that on the internet.
So everything has to be proven before it's done. What about the first person who discovers this? They discovered it without a prior experiment. Your assumption that everything has to be proven before we could do monoatomic gold or anything is a little off because it precludes any sort of exploration initially or any sort of initial discovery. The first person who found this stuff didn't have experiments, they just found it. And they would
Well, they
have
could
to
have
tell other
found
people,
something that
but what about the first person who explores and finds this stuff?
Well, what about the first person who hawks a snake oil?
It could go either way. But I've heard enough of reports about how good the monoatomic gold is, and I've tried it myself in powder form, so I'm going to go with it.
Try to yourself. What were your findings?
Should I run it by the FDA whether or not I should eat this pineapple that I just harvested this morning from my backyard?
No, I think that one's been pretty well verified.
There was
it's all right.
Yeah, sorry. You were talking.
Got a pretty
Are you
safe
good?
bet. I'm going to die from that.
Yeah, it was just a quick one. An article came up on my PC today. That was about Skittles. As Skittles have a coating of titanium oxide in the coating.
Yeah.
Do you guys hear about that? Why would we put titanium in our food? I know we're talking about gold.
It's a good conductor. Why would you put gold in your food?
No, exactly. But titanium oxide. I mean, why would I don't? Is titanium oxide exactly as it says on the tin? Titanium and oxygen to make a food coloring. You know what I mean? I think it's quite fucking bizarre and a bit disturbing, really. And Erica,
for it to be disturbing, you'd have to like. I mean, I'm not suggesting that we do it. I mean, I see no value in it at the moment, but sight unseen, I also don't know that it has any risk. Like titanium oxide, I think of as being relatively stable. So what you'll do is you'll eat titanium oxide and you'll crack titanium oxide.
Eat the white powder, Moyak. I gave you the video in the chat. They call it ORMES, ORMEs, orbitally rearranged monoatomic elements. They basically take the gold and make it into a white powder that you can eat.
Titanium. Everything with color has titanium dioxide in it. It's simply pigment.
Right. Really? You have to show me a detrimental effect where it actually is bioactive, or that it gets caught up in the tissues of your colon or something. Doesn't excrete properly.
So we use this as gold for gold teeth. If we're putting it in our mouths as for dental purposes, why not eat it?
Because the gold in your teeth is an amalgam, usually with mercury. That amalgam with mercury is limitedly bioactive.
I would say that's
So
a
are
horrible
we
idea.
going to eat the mercury, or are we going to eat the gold?
And the reason they do that is because as the mercury leaches out, the gold remains a very good non-reactive compound in your mouth, whatever you want to call material.
There's another video about it from YouTube University. Monoatomic gold powder, a spiritual miracle? Question mark. Perhaps.
Question. Is there any way that the human body could turn an element into something else? A bit like, I think it's like a bird, something that eats seeds, and when they poo it out, they take the shell off, and then the next thing in the food chain goes and eats those seeds that came out. And like, is there anything that the human body can turn an element into something else?
Your initial statement of changing an element, no. But there are our entire diet is based upon us changing molecules into other molecules.
Is it?
Yes.
Oh, and you see this happen? So no.
So you don't believe that proteins and amino acids are the byproduct of food and acids?
That's a nice switch. It's not that I don't believe.
No.
It's that you do believe.
There's no straw man. I'm asking you a question. You don't believe that?
Well, it's not that I don't believe something. You just told me what you do believe, right? So it's not like I have the truth. You believe this. You believe the molecules change the thing. Look, like I don't work in this don't believe thing, right? Like you believe it. That's your thing. Have I seen it? I haven't seen it.
So I'm assuming that you're putting the alternative forth that you don't believe. Because if we're both in agreement on the fact that food is digested or becomes digested, becomes smaller particles that our body utilizes, I'd be interested to hear about that.
I'm not going to speak on the invisible process that the body uses to sustain. Well, this is what you want me to do, right?
No,
and I'm like, is this not religious? Is this not really like, I believe your stomach turns apples into these molecules? I'm like, okay, if that's what you believe, great, man. Some Christians believe that.
When you don't believe it, that's fine.
If you want to put a not belief on me, okay.
Okay.
There's a lot of things I quote unquote don't believe. It's not like I'm going to entertain every single non-belief. That would be ridiculous. I think only either beliefs or facts should be entertained.
Let's get back to the honey and the water. I thought there was something different.
Well, the honey needs to be unheated because what's his name, Argenus Vonderplan, has talked about how if you heat the honey up too much, it becomes a useless product. He talked about the bees fanning the honey to keep it at a certain temperature, and when it gets above 98 degrees or something like that, they abandon that area of the hive and don't eat that honey anymore.
Oh shit! Then you shouldn't eat it because it'll get over 98 degrees about 1 second after it leaves your mouth.
It should be raw and untreated to have its full value because they talk about overheating it, getting rid of the enzymes and the good stuff in the honey that really give benefits in health. So it should be raw, unheated honey.
Okay. I don't have any problem with that essentially, but I'd also have to see whether you actually have a molecular change and what temperature those molecular changes in those products inside the honey to say what temperature I can heat it to. Like if I caramelize it, that's going to be a problem. That's going to be a real major change. When the enzymes change, I have no idea.
His son was in a terrible accident where he went in and out of the car like a ping pong ball and was basically brain damaged and near death. And supposedly he treated him back to health, walking again. And, he's perfectly fine now because of this treatment of raw honey and raw eggs and basically raw diet he put under the tongue of his son when he was unable to take down any food and totally paralyzed. So if his account is correct, I'm going to listen to him about this honey and other stuff.
Did you hear about the guy who used to eat rotten whale blubber? And then he took that Friday home and he came home and he started eating. He had a refrigerator in his backyard that he would just stick steaks in jars and let them rot. And that's all he would eat. And he says that cures cancer, makes him super healthy.
Fascinating.
This is a first-hand experience. So, like, everybody knows I have a lot of chickens, and sometimes, like baby chickens, they'll just stop eating, right? And then they just like curl up and die. They don't want to take any food in, even if you can get some food in, it doesn't perk them up. I've had it happen a bunch of times. I can get like force feed and get food in there, still doesn't do anything. One day I just happened to try mixing honey, and there was this. It was not moving. Like I tell you, this chicken was not moving. I've seen it before. When they hit this point, they're dead. A little bit of water, a little bit of honey, forced it in. It within 30 minutes, it was standing back up.
Hmm.
And I've done this on 2 occasions. So just yeah, hey, could it be coincidence? Could it be something else? Hey, I don't know. I'm just saying I've done it with other foods.
If you're willing to take the chance, I'd be interested. What would happen if you took sugar and did the same thing? Tried different.
That's actually why I used the honey, because they were talking about how they go into diabetic shock. But the food has, right? Like the food has sugar in it, like their chick starter grow. So it has everything it should have. So again, is it? Again, I don't know. I don't want to speak on like, oh, this sugar is sugar. Maybe honey is something different. Maybe it's a little something different. Kind of fulfill that same role.
Is highly processed and bleached. If you talk about honey, it has, nutrients and enzymes from several flowers, and it has a much bigger nutrient profile than just sugar cane or just, sugar itself. So honey can be very healthful and very beneficial, I guess, in that regard.
Oh, it has antimicrobial effects. Of course, sugar does also.
I think that's, it's got living stuff in it, I think, and that's what, for me anyway, I think that's a little bit of what separates.
I don't think of honey as having much in the way of living stuff. What living stuff do you think of in there?
Like the bees, how it's like collects on the bees, like bacteria. It's got like more bacteria kind of in it, of wider range of bacteria.
But the reason honey never
that's also why it doesn't go bad.
The reason honey never rots is that it's antimicrobial. It's like a toxin.
Well, yeah, because I think it has like it has like the winning team on it, right? It doesn't let it's not that it's just this a blank petri dish and nothing can get in it. I think it has something that is just keeping everything else away.
Right, but if you had bacteria living in there, it would be eating the honey in order to survive. If it had so that would mean that if I stored that jar on my shelf for 100 years, it would no longer be honey. It would be bacteria shit. That doesn't happen. Honey that they find in the tombs of the pyramids is still honey. It's crystallized, but you can cook it and get it right back to being honey again.
Well, it does have a point about it being antimicrobial, though. If we're saying there's living stuff in the honey, we need to be specific about what, if anything, is living inside of it, if it's microbial like that. But Moyak is correct. That honey is preserved in antimicrobial.
Now,
hey, Chris, I would say next time that happens with one of your chickens, get it on film.
Yeah, no, I actually thought about that because, the whole like, it didn't happen, this and that. I'd be like, yo, look at this chicken. If you've had chicken, you see them looking like this. I'm sure you've had it happen in the course of your life if you're raising chickens. So even if it doesn't work on every chicken, if it works once, when it happens to you, people are like, you're ready for anything. Yeah, I got another
these days.
Are you talking about living enzymes in the honey that are not dead and, super processed? Because if you're talking about the living enzymes that are in honey, I would agree with you that when you cook food, it becomes dead, and that the enzymes that help you digest it and really get the stuff out of the food that you need are basically destroyed. If you want to call those quote unquote living enzymes, even though enzymes are compounds that are non-living, I guess you could say that there are, actually functional quote unquote living enzymes in the food, yes, but otherwise it's antimicrobial.
But for you skeptic folks that buy into all these unusual things, and like I said, I'm not saying this doesn't happen, but your burden, your requirements for evidence when it comes to crazy ass shit or unsubstantiated shit shoots through the roof. I no second thoughts. Oh yeah, the honey is the speaking about lemon specifically. Honey is this wonderful wonder drug.
Wonderful. With living
And
enzymes. Yes.
and then somebody comes to you and says that air has pressure, or there's pressure in air, or that I can see a pressure gradient. And some of you guys will come back and say, "Oh, there's no pressure gradient; it's just temperature."
Well, I acknowledge the pressure gradient because we have a firmament dome to help give us pressure gradient. So I guess the main thing Moyak is seeing why I'm credulous about this or that. I'm credulous about normie science now because they were wrong about vaccines. They were wrong about the shape of the earth. They were wrong about the Rona. So I am credulous of their claims unless it matches my experience or something else that I already accept.
Sorry, just to be pedantic. Sorry, it would be incredulous. It's in the
Right.
thing that you're saying. The thing that you're saying is incredulous. You are dubious. So I'm just being pedantic.
No problem.
It's funny how my sister is a bit of an anti-vaxxer, but she's also a hypocritical anti-vaxxer. She works for a veterinary office, and if I'm late with my dog's vaccine for X, Y, and Z, she has a shit fit on me, and yet she doesn't get vaccines. So she believes in vaccines, but she doesn't believe in vaccines. So I don't know where the hell she stands. She's a dichotomy.
What sort of vaccines do dogs get? I thought that they would get antimicrobial or anti-parasitic shots, but vaccines, I guess I'd have to look into that.
Rabies, distemper, Bordetella,
rabies,
parvo. There's the 5. They get rabies, a 5-in-1, and Bordetella, and the 5-in-1 is parvo, distemper, and some other stuff.
Because I think for the dogs, they're only getting
is one of the most successful vaccines in history. That one will take you from being a 99.99999% death sentence to a 99.999% chance of living.
Well, there is a slight difference in quality, Moyak. Like you say, she is getting, shots for the dog, but not shots for humans. But the shots for humans are of a slightly different quality. By the time you're 18 on the current schedule, you're getting like 70, possibly more vaccines and counting. Whereas I guess with the dog, I'm only counting 5, separate shots. Are they mixing them together like the MMR deadly cocktail? Do dogs get an MMR, thing?
Yeah, one of them is 5. One is 5 mixed into one. And I was a vet tech for 5 years. I saw parvo, right? That's that was actually an infection, a bacterial infection of the uterus and that stuff. Rabies, I don't know, man. I'm not 100% sold on rabies. A lot of it is forced. If you have a dog, you have to have a rabies shot, if you go to an apartment.
Oh no, absolutely forced. But the evidence is that you get bitten by a rabid animal, you have an extremely high chance of getting rabies. And if you get rabies, you have an impossibly high chance of dying. And the flip side is you get bitten by a rabid animal and you take the rabies series of shots even after being bitten, you will live.
Right. The rabies one, I would accept the rabies, but the MMR, they say, my kid got autistic after that. So I'm skeptical of at least some of the vaccines and incredulous about its full efficacy. Some of these shots seem to be a little unnecessary, a little much, and a little autism seizure inducing. Do you think, Mr. Moyak, all vaccinations have to be effective, some of them or none of them? I guess what I'm asking you, is there any nuance to this position where it's all or none with vaccination, some are none with vaccination, particular ones are none with vaccination? What?
I would say that as far as vaccinations go, they have different effectivenesses. Effectivity?
Effectiveness, efficaciousness. Oh Lord, these words.
Efficacious, yes.
Yeah.
I would say that they have varying levels. Seems like
Differing levels of efficacy. Yeah, efficacy. Yeah.
the what do you call it? The the one everybody got when they were a kid. Not the vaccine.
Chickenpox. Yeah.
Chickenpox seems to be a real winner as far as efficacy goes.
Yeah. When we're trying to look at these positions for nuance, I look at different explanations for why people get stuff like chickenpox. They say that you've accumulated a lot of toxins from birth when your umbilical cord was clamped too early, and toxins and vaccines just pooled inside of you from when you were even a baby, and they're erupting in the form of chickenpox when you're a young kid. It's just like a detox. In one theory that I've heard from one of the many red pill YouTube videos that I consume.
And now chickenpox is all but eradicated.
So if that narrative is correct, Moyak, we need to explore its implications. If it is a detox to get this nasty stuff out of your body, then that nasty stuff remains in your body unerupted. So that may be a problem.
Well, the one thing that happens with chickenpox is it does seem that everybody who gets, not everybody, that people who get chickenpox, there's a high correlation between getting shingles, which still seems to be a variola back.
Well, different narratives give you different solutions to help solve the problem. If this kid is erupting because they're trying to get rid of toxic shit out of their body, what is the toxin? Should it be in their body, vaccination, or should it, not be in their body in the first place?
Again, the thing that kills me when you say this shit, Lemon, is, okay, we would have chickenpox parties back in the day. So, when it was a convenient time during spring break, one little kid came up with a bunch of chickenpox. All the kids were invited over in his house to get the
chickenpox party
set up so that you didn't have to miss school or whatever, or miss summer vacation. Chickenpox is relatively free from side effects. It does kill its share of people, but my question is, you keep on suggesting that this is your body detoxifying. It's contagious detoxification is what you're talking about. You went over it, you touched little Johnny's blisters, you got blistered.
All right. So you're talking about contagious detoxification. And so you're talking about whether it's infectious versus detoxification versus what? That's a good question. That's why I just compare narratives. It does look like something is infectious too, but in what sense? Is it infectious in that it's like this deadly pathogen, or is it signaling to your body, hey, it's time to detox? Both, neither, none of them. I'm just comparing narratives and going from there. But I would tend to go with the terrain theory, saying that these germs are not necessarily these things to get all riled up about. Your body makes them as cleanup crew in some sense to help get rid of dead, damaged cells. A virus is basically like a biological detergent solvent to help digest dead and damaged cells and get them out of the body. Bacteria are similar in another sense, and you have, parasites and stuff like that for the really big stuff that the bacteria and the viruses can't handle in one theory. That's terrain theory kind of related or whatever.
All right.
So the question would be, when you had those chickenpox parties, did everybody get sick?
I would say no. I think most kids would.
Right. So then if you have some kids not, then the question would be, why is that? And that's where the terrain theory would kick in. Is that their bodies?
Immunity?
Yeah. Right.
Well, you can see the virus. You can look under a big microscope. You can spot these things. You can see them. They're associated with cell sites. They multiply in the body.
I'm not sure why. I'm not sure why you're bringing this part up. My point was to say that if you have some kids who go to these parties,
it's you. I'm going.
Yeah, if they don't get sick, then that's the issue where we're bringing up the terrain theory.
Yeah,
Their
the drum
body.
theory doesn't appear to be effective for total transmission for everybody. So maybe we should look into terrain theory from that perspective.
It's good talking to you, Lemon. Have a good one.
It was a pleasure, Mr. Moyak. I think as polytheorists, guys, I'm your Copernicus and others. We need to look at different theories to account for the same phenomenon to help keep us open-minded as much as possible.
What did I do to Moyak? Man, that guy cannot stand me.
You must have pissed in his Cheerios.
I don't know, man. That's the second time he's left when I've talked today. Oh, it's you. Oh, it's you.
Well, we've had our back and forth about a couple things, but you're an all right dude.
Yeah, you too, Lemon. I
Thank you.
appreciate a lot of the stuff you say.
I think it's because you often when you enter a conversation, you take it as if it's your conversation, and you also take a lot of time to make your points, and not many people have patience for that. So it gets to be annoying when you join.
Yeah. Okay, so that's your opinion.
Yeah, I'm saying. Yeah, exactly. That's my opinion. This would be my hypothesis on why Moyak feels like that.
Right. So unless you have Moyak confirming everything you just said, your opinion means nothing.
See, that's another example that would make someone try to leave the conversation with you.
Well, going back to the terrain theory, I do like the way that it helps us relax, not have to spend as much money on antibiotics, and it focuses on detoxifying the body, which appears to be, in many ways, the main culprit. If the body is full of toxicity, bad compounds, dirt, sludge, clean it out. Maybe a lot of this disease would vanish, bacteria or not. I heard that on his deathbed, one of the main germ theory, proponents or whatever, the earlier proponents, Louis Pasteur, said, "C'est le milieu, c'est le milieu." He's French, and that's French for it's the environment, aka it's the terrain. It's not the germ, it's the terrain. C'est le milieu.
You heard.
I mean, which theory nets you more money? The germ theory saying that you have to get tons of antibiotics and pharmaceutical supplements or whatever, or the terrain theory, which says, okay, detoxify your body, get good nutrition, make sure you're not an acidic, toxic mess, and most diseases will evaporate. Which one is going to net them more cash? I think it's going to be the germ theory. That's why it helps to talk about different philosophies, because a lot of times it helps reveal different motivations. The germ theory philosophy may be motivated by money. The terrain theory may be motivated by that or something else.
Oh, Godric, I just read about your name and you popped in.
Bacon, are you there?
I am. What's up?
All right. Yeah, I was driving. I said something earlier, but I think maybe, I don't know if I cut out or what happened, but I just wanted to see if I was connected. Yeah, I was just going to ask you, dude, I was just kind of thinking, like, I guess I was going to ask you, do you feel like you've ever questioned the globe? And also, do you question it now? I guess those are my two questions. I'm just curious.
I did once with the Black Swan. Was the first thing I saw that didn't match up what I thought should be. Like I didn't think it matched the experience of the globe. So I did a little bit more digging and figure out I wasn't considering what the atmosphere can do with how you see things at distance. So that was pretty much it. I never saw any other thing that could seriously be a problem for Earth being a globe.
All right. Yeah, I got you. So then you're saying that even now, you don't question it now either?
Well, yeah, if I see anything that would make me question it, I'll question it, but I didn't see anything so far that made me question.
I gotcha. Do you think it's possible that they could put out information that correlates with a globe, but is enough to kind of pass? Like, even though it's not necessarily the case, it's enough to kind of pass, like, the standard that you might be looking for, if that makes sense?
Well, it might be possible, yeah, but it sounds too difficult to me. Or I mean, like we can communicate. I can call you and ask you where the sun is, for example, where the moon is, how it looks like. Send me a picture of the moon, how it looks like to you. And when you cross all that information that we can at least communicate to other people on Earth, none of that information seemed to match like a flat Earth to me. So I think it would be too hard for that not to be the case. Even if people can control information, they will. There are things they don't control. Like I'm talking to you right now. Unless you're part of it, I wouldn't count. Oh, you get what I mean, right? I think so. Or maybe.
Yeah, sorry, I wasn't able to fully follow that. I pulled into this parking lot. I'm in my car, and there was like this really loud violins like playing, and I was like, "What is that?" And then I open up my window and it's like some people kind of busking, and they have like a amplifier. Anyways, so it's like hard for me to hear because this is really
No, that's
loud violin.
fine. Yeah, I didn't phrase myself very well as well. So, but the point was, there is a lot of things that don't come from like information you find on the internet on schools. Like you can call people and know how the moonlight looks like from where they live, you know. And there's all bunch of information like that that you don't need to rely on any source. That I think already would be a problem for Earth not being a globe. So I think it would be too difficult for people to be manipulating everything.
Okay. What is the moonlight one you're talking about?
For example, well, it looks the same shape. We all see the same face, right? And you can even determine like your latitude based on the rotation of the moon, how rotated it looks. And so you can see the moon from any orientation, just moving to a different spot on Earth. And I can't see that making sense on a flat Earth. That doesn't look possible. That's like one example, isn't the basis of why I think the Earth can't be flat. It's just like I'm saying there's a lot of things that don't rely on information people have put out there.
Okay. I mean, okay. You're going off with a couple assumptions there. You're going off with an assumption that the moon is a sphere. Is that are you going off that?
No, I don't think so. I mean, not that it's a sphere. Of course, if it was a sphere, then you would have to have a different face for people if it's close to Earth. But not even if it's not a sphere. Like even if we keep agnostic on what it is, if you just assign any shape for it, the way it looks for people over the Earth can't match like something that is close. So for example, if the moon was a disk, as a disk goes away from you, and if it keeps like being parallel to the surface, it would become oval at a distance, for example. And if it was a sphere, then of course we wouldn't see the same faces. And if it's not parallel to the surface, it's always pointing towards me as a person, then it wouldn't be pointing towards other people. But everyone sees the same.
But isn't that how rainbows work? Like you never see the side of a rainbow. You know, like you don't see the rainbow from the side, like it's sort of hump. Like you always see the face of the rainbow, no matter who's seeing it. I think of the moon
like,
in a similar way.
Yeah, but we know the rainbows are different for everyone. We can create rainbows. It's just like the difference on. Yeah, I mean, this is information that comes from that I learned. So if I'm trying
to think about it, we can never see the sphere of the moon. You're assuming.
What do you mean? I'm not assuming that. I already said.
Moon.
Yeah, I'm not saying I'm concluding that based on the assumption that the moon is spherical. I'm just saying I can't picture it being anything else that could work on a flat Earth. But if it's something like holographic, something that doesn't exist there, only exists for each observer in such a way that it gives the same view for everyone, that's like possible. But the question I was asking initially was if
hang on. But what if I showed you a red light in the sky? I told you that's Santa Claus and the 8 reindeer. And if you can't explain it, then it must be that. This is what you're saying.
No, I'm just saying I can't make sense out of it. If I think the Earth is flat,
You
for
can't
example.
you can't make sense of it another way, so it must be the way that you were told or that you believe.
I'm not saying must. I already said like it's possible. I just think it's well. First of all, I was answering the question if this could be the result of manipulation of information. So when we're talking about the moon, I don't think anyone can manipulate like the whole sky and how it looks. So now I'm answering a different question. If it's still possible the Earth is flat, that's not the answer. The question was asking. I can answer that, but that's not what I was trying to answer when I mentioned the moon. Just to make that clear. So yeah, of course it's always possible that the Earth is flat. Like it's. I don't think that we can 100% rule out this possibility. I just think things just stop making sense if that was the case. So I can't wrap my mind around it being flat. And the moon is just one example of that. That doesn't depend on information you'll get from school or the internet, for example. Or like sunsets and sunrise. Like there are people towards the direction that the sun's setting. And I see the sun being cut in half by the horizon. But if people that live towards that direction can see the sun like above their heads. So this is really weird for if all of us are over the same flat surface. That's why I can't make sense out of it.
Yeah, but that is how it would work over a planar surface, though. I mean, I hear what you mean. I hear what you're saying, that it seems weird that one person would be seeing like half the sun cut off and this huge, orange lit sky of a sunset, and then the other people directly under the sun are seeing a tiny little circle in the air, right above them if you were to travel to that location. So I do hear what you're saying on that, but that is how perspective works. Like that's precisely how it would work, meaning from your angle, everything's converging from your perspective, and that object, the sun, let's just say it's moving parallel to the planar Earth just for the moment, instead of trying to think that the sun is going at different altitudes. Let's just say right now it's like at a planar, parallel, coplanar to the Earth. And that's exactly what it would be. I mean, as it moves away from you, it would set due to perspective precisely like that. It would look that way to you in the same way that if you're going down a street and there's like a red light, a stoplight, if you're really far away from it on the street, you're going to see half of that stoplight cut off by the ground, or you're going to see whatever it's going to look like to you. Whereas if you're right under it, it's just going to look like a stoplight, right above your head. So, I mean, it can be recreated in that way as well. I mean, there's a lot of different ways you can do that, but I mean, that's how it would work.
Yeah, I disagree. We clearly have different understandings on what perspective is, or how it works, or maybe both. But I don't think that claim is accurate. That's due to perspective. That's actually how you should work, because the way I deal with perspective, the for example, the position that something appears in your field of view as it gets away from you, it's gonna be the inverse of its distance. So if it's going towards a certain direction, all the lines that are going to that same direction are going to converge to the same point. So for the sun to disappear due to perspective, and we are all above a flat surface, including the sun, for the bottom limb of the sun to touch the horizon, it would have to be like infinitely far, according to how I understand perspective. So yeah, I think we're not on the same foot there. Not on the same page.
Infinitely far. How far is infinitely far?
Yeah. Sorry. What was the question? What was your question?
You said infinitely far. How far is infinitely far?
Yeah, it's further than people actually are. So if someone has the sun over their heads, and I have the sun over my horizon, that person is a lot closer than they would have to be for that to happen. That distance would have to be just infinitely big, mathematically speaking. That's the math of perspective. But if you think
Infinitely
perspective,
big. Again, how much is that? Is that 1,000 miles? Is it 500 miles?
no, that's
Infinitely big?
all those numbers are finite. That's the thing. There's no amount of distance that you could put the sun to make it set due to perspective. But if you think it does, then I think we mean different things when we say perspective.
So you've
We
never
surely
seen
do.
street lamps lined up down the street? You notice how they angle down, vacant.
Mm-hmm. Yeah,
What's the
and I know what
logical conclusion to that angling down? Do you think it's going to go up or down to the ground?
they go down, but I know exactly what the rate is.
Right. Oh, what's the exact rate then? Did they tell us?
It's given by the if you want that in
Wait,
angles
what's the rate?
or
You said you know the exact rate. What's the rate? I'm telling
yes,
you, these
yeah, but
street lamps will vanish into the horizon,
right,
into the
right, right,
ground. You told me that there's
right.
an exact rate. What's that rate?
So it's going to be the inverse of its distance, right? If you double the distance to those light sources, they're going to be their distance to the vanishing point is going to cut by half. So in order for that distance to reach zero, you have to double that infinitely. Again, falls into the same problem. Or just like the path of the sun, for example. Like the fact that during the equinox, it rises due east and sets due west for everyone. I mean, that doesn't necessarily imply the Earth is a sphere. But it would be very hard to conceive that in something like the A map. So there, each mapping on a flat surface you pick, there's a different problem you face. So maybe there are other mappings that this is not a problem. Like if the Earth was something like a Mercator map, then that could happen. But that creates other problems. Anyway, I'll be right back.
You didn't explain the street lamps. You said you know the rate. I'm telling you, the street lamps will vanish into the horizon. Not because the Earth is a sphere, but because of the distant perspective. Now, you're going to disagree with that, so explain yourself. At what rate, at what distance? Do you understand my point?
Yeah, Godric, I think he did answer you by referencing the equation that will give you the numbers, with this angular size of the light poles with relation to their distance away from you. And you can calculate that, what you would expect
How
at
many
any
feet
given
is that?
distance.
How many feet is
Well,
that? Calculate for it.
you'll have to go measure it, Godric. You want numbers, then you'll have to go
Calculate
out there
for
with
it.
a
How many
tape and
feet is
measure
that?
it. But here's the thing: those lights that are appearing to drop off into the distance, they would, if they were infinitely far away, they would never drop below your eye level. They will always be above your eye level. That's the thing.
What is that?
Mm. Okay, look, geniuses. Yes, the streetlights are above eye level because we don't think that they shrink. We don't think that actually shrink. They just look smaller. They're above your eye level, but they vanish into the horizon, so you can't see them. Right? You get that part. You can't see them because they vanish into the horizon. That happens in a flat plane.
I'm back, bitches.
Hey, dude.
Yo, bro. Hey, I found my little spot at the park.
Nice.
Yeah, my bad for being on the road in the wind. I hate when I can't summarize my shit fast. But what were we talking about?
I'll tell you what, you should pick up secondhand because these are absolutely fantastic. You can pick them up on eBay, generally pretty cheap.
Talking about headphones?
Yeah, I was going to get you.
Yeah. Dude, I bought a pair of headphones that I love. They're around my neck right now, and they're perfect for everything except for the microphone.
That's what I use.
Yeah. So, like, if I had another pair, I also have another pair of headphones that I wear when I'm doing my job, so I don't got like these big bulky headphones over my head. It doesn't look like I'm like, you can't hear me or I can't hear you. You know what I mean?
Yeah, I mean, I've got a set of those, and they're absolutely brilliant. So I've done conference calls at train stations, and the noise cancelling's that.
Oh, those are great. Yeah. What were we talking about?
We were
See this
talking
comment?
about
This comment that
cabals.
Doofus Manfred said. I'm gonna be honest. That dude Doofus, he seems to be kind of. I hate to say that I can tell off of what I'm getting from him, like my first impression, but I don't know. He seems a little too convinced of the curve, which is kind of funny to me because I see so many fucking red flags. Like, how do I see all the red flags, but you don't? Like, that's kind of peculiar to me that someone would be so confident of a curve, but end up in this fucking Discord where a bunch of people are talking about red flags. Like, you
That's
don't see
faulty
the red
logic,
flags?
isn't it?
Disingenuous to me. But I don't know him well enough to make that presumption. So I guess I'm just going to fall back.
And that's a bit faulty. I mean, everybody has reasons behind
Well,
why
I'm
they
a
hold
human
the
principle
positions
type of
they
guy.
do.
I mean, we could be talking about any subject, and I'm going to have a fucking nefarious lens to see the intention of your argument rather than act like there is something being debated. That's me as a person. I always see people's principles before I see their points. It's weird. I'm just like a freak, I guess.
I think my problem is I've looked into sort of the philosophy behind things like, epistemology and truth and, all that kind of shit. And, the one thing I recognize is, the more I know, the more I realize there is to know. And anything that I do know can be contradicted by something I don't know.
Well, let's talk about what we do know. Let's talk about the first law of thermodynamics and the fact that water is always level and that compasses always point north. Like, these are a couple things that I think are red flags when it comes to a spherical mass, pulling object towards it. A compass always pointing north, that would mean that there is an uneven distribution of mass on the sphere, right?
No, the compass pointing north is just pointing in direction, and it doesn't even point north. It points to magnetic north, doesn't it? Which isn't the same thing.
Okay, so the magnetism around the Earth it's not spherical, and why is the North Pole the most magnetic point? How does that make sense?
Because it's the pole. So it's a bit like saying, I can induct an electromagnetic field, so I can use electricity to do that. But the anode and the cathode are going to be the 2 points where I'm going to be able to get the best point of transferring charge.
Wait, so you're saying let's do this together. Let's look up why compasses don't point south when we go below the equator. Let's look that up right now.
Yeah, sure, I can tell you that without looking it up.
Okay, you want to tell me? I'm gonna look it up anyway.
Sure. So the fact that the compass doesn't actually point north. The compass aligns to the north and south poles. And that's what you're getting. The magnetic poles. So you can get compasses that point south. That's not a problem, Electric. That's really easy to do.
What is the I'm looking up the general property that that we've been using within compasses for hundreds of years. Like that's what I'm looking for, right?
Mm-hmm. Compasses were invented in the northern hemisphere, so they have a bias towards the north. That's about it, mate.
So when you're below the equator, doesn't your compass still point north?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, because of the pole that you're using. Opposite poles attract, like poles.
So if there is a field of
repulse.
electromagnetism causing the compass to point towards a point of magnetism, why doesn't it change below the equator? I don't get it. There should be another point at the South Pole with the even amount of magnetism as the North. If it's a ball.
Yeah, which is fine, but the fact that you're using the pole of the magnet that is attracted to the North Pole. So you know you can have magnets that will point south. You can have compasses that point south. That gets rid of that argument straight away. Just how you make the instrument.
How do you know it points south? What if you're just putting the arrow on the opposite side of the arm? How isn't that the same thing as saying, okay, now it's pointing south?
No, because otherwise it would be pointing. You would right as you cross the equator. It would change its orientation towards the South Pole. The fact
So you're
that
not changing the device; you're changing where it's pointing.
yeah, you're changing the properties of the device. Basically, you are painting the other end of the magnet,
Let me read this
the compass needle red. So yeah, because wherever
I'm
you
not
are,
going to read it out loud. I'm reading this to myself.
you're aligning the compass between the North and South Pole. That's why it always points north, because that's the bit we pointing put the direction.
So you have a magical hand wave for this argument, and I still don't. That's cool.
No, there wasn't a magical hand wave at all. If you want to think of it like that, that's cool.
What I understand about compasses is kind of different. Like you're saying that, you could build a compass that always points south. I'm trying to find that right.
Sure, I'll get one for you.
Here we go. Some compasses are embedded in oil caps. What? No, never mind. I'm not going to read that. What's with all these fucking like random? I'm not getting the right answer when I type this in, dude. I'm getting different answers. Type in what? Type in compass that points south. Type that in, and try to tell me what the fuck I'm missing.
There you go. Put some stuff in chat for you.
It's saying that it aligns with an ambient magnetic field. So technically, compasses will always point north and south, and that it is aligning with a true north, and it's not like an actual north or whatever we consider.
Magnetic north, not a true north.
Okay.
And you do know that the magnetic North Pole has kind of moved around a bit, which is why you have correction tables for navigation for it.
But you just told me that there's compasses that can point south.
Yeah,
and I'm trying to find that.
You basically paint the other end of it. You paint the red and the white on the opposite sides.
Fucking hell. All right, my phone. Can you hear me?
Yeah.
Oh shit.
Oh, that's why.
Lines up with the poles, basically.
Oh gosh, I have no idea what just happened. Basically, what I was just saying, yeah, type in compass that points south, and it just brings up a bunch of explanations saying that all compasses technically point north and south. That's all it says. So, where's these compasses that point south?
Oh, it says it aligns itself with the magnetic field, right? Which has a north and a south.
Right.
Right. So the magnetic north is always going to be opposite to magnetic south.
Yeah,
and
that's
vice
what I
versa.
figured in the first place. That's why I pointed out if you wanted a compass that points south, you could just put the arrow on the other side of the arm.
Yeah.
And if that would be a compass that points south. Right?
Yeah, but like the problem is the magnetic south is much further from true south than the magnetic north is from true north, from geographical north.
Or so they tell us.
The reason I bring up compasses is because I think it's evidence that if there was a torus electromagnetic field around a sphere in particular, then when you cross to the bottom hemisphere of the sphere, the pole should change and it should start pointing to the more magnetic side of the field.
Why?
Am I stupid? Does that sound ridiculous? Is that ridiculous to say?
Ridiculous,
think
just wrong.
It is wrong?
I think
Yeah,
you
it
should
sounds
apply
wrong
your.
because that's not how I'm sorry, go on.
Because we're
No,
not
go
on a
back.
sphere. I don't, because that's the problem.
No, because that's not how they're supposed to work.
Oh, okay.
Like if they're aligning themselves with the magnetic field, it doesn't matter which hemisphere you are, right?
I've never seen a circuit that flows one half of it one way and one half the other way, and it crashes into it. I've never seen a circuit like that.
What are they saying is creating the electromagnetic field? Is it like the amount of mass of the Earth?
No, it's very complicated. It's
Okay.
the convection. It's the convection.
Okay, so if the electromagnetic field isn't being caused by the mass of the Earth, then my entire thing just goes in the garbage, just right
But you
away.
can say that it's caused by the mass of the Earth, because without the mass of the Earth, you wouldn't have the convection currents that Bacon's talking about. And the reason that we get that magnetic field is the sort of combination of the convection currents and the spinny bit inside the Earth that's also rotating to the core of the Earth. That's the sort of theory that sits behind it in very basic terms.
Rotation of the Earth. So that would mean
rotation of the inner core.
Rotation of the what?
The inner core of the Earth.
So the rotation of the core of the Earth is causing the magnetism.
Plus the convection. It's complicated. It's not just one thing. You want like a simple it's this, and it's not as simple as that. It's a bit like saying, why do we have current flowing through a circuit in the way it does? Which is the point, that kind of Don brought up. There are lots of factors that impact why things happen the way they do. And when you get to complex systems, it's just this.
Even though that's exactly what you're trying to tell me. You're trying to tell me that the core of the Earth is causing an electromagnetic field.
No,
but you're
that's
also
not what I
telling
said.
me that it's because it's rotating in vectors and other things like this, and not the mass of the Earth.
No, in fact, I actually said you could say it is due to the mass of the Earth.
Listen,
Without the
I'm
mass of the
listening
Earth, we
so
wouldn't
hard
have.
to what's going on. What they're saying is causing magnetism.
I don't know. I didn't get to finish my point.
Sure, go ahead.
So I said I agreed. I kind of agreed with you that without the mass of the Earth, we wouldn't have the magnetic field around the Earth because the Earth wouldn't be
So
there.
why'd you disagree with me?
I didn't.
Okay.
But it's a bit like saying, you know, as I said, it's a bit like saying birds fly because they want to get to their nest. It's a reason. It's not a complete reason. It doesn't describe how the bird
Reason for
flies
what?
or why the bird's going to its nest or what the mechanics behind it and what other factors are coming involved. You know, you're trying to do a very simplistic reductionist answer to something that is a complex system. That's a problem.
Telling me it's a complex system is one thing. And me sitting here literally researching it, like, let's go ahead and research it right now. Does mass cause magnetism? Magnetic fields are produced by charged particles in motion. A particle in motion, so it has to be a dense object. It has to have mass. And it has to be in motion, apparently. So if they're saying that it is a sphere in motion causing electromagnetism to cause compasses to point north, then like what are we taking this as? Like, what are we even saying right now? What the fuck?
I don't know.
I see another red flag.
I'll go and ask an Earth science-based physicist.
So you just want me to ask another man? I can't comprehend this for myself, dude.
I think you need foundations to do it. I mean, it's the same way.
Come on, we're both smart dudes. We're sitting here breaking it down together.
One second, lecture. Let me finish this point. So I can talk you through the principles of setting up a storage array and a network within a data center, and I can do that colloquially. Doesn't mean you actually understand how it fucking works.
You want the conventional Google answer? Or are you telling me that there's something I can't research and find right now?
No, I'm just saying that you need foundations to understand what's being discussed. It's the same way as I can look at, Einstein's theory of general relativity, and I can read the sort of the abstract. And go, okay, kind of makes a bit of sense, and then I can look at the maths and go, I've got no fucking idea. You get me? I don't have the foundation in that mathematics to be able to understand
it's knowledge. It's knowledge built upon
that this amount of mass is causing this magnetism. Where's that data?
Hello, how does my mic sound?
Sound good.
Dane.
All right. Basically, what Skeptic is trying to tell you is that, there is a thing called demanding effortless evidence, and then while people can try to simplify something for you, it's quite the task to ask them to give you effortless evidence, where they have to tell you something that's not within their expertise, that takes other people 5 years to learn in 5 minutes or a Discord conversation. If you want to research this, then you could dedicate your life the next 5 years to researching this one thing, like many people do. But it's a lot of work. We get where we are with experience and hard work.
I'm sorry. I hate to do this, but this was just one of the points about compasses. I said water is always level, okay? Does that bother you at all? All the things we just discussed about compasses and magnetism and density and velocity causing, what does this say? It says the charge and velocity of particles, but not their mass. It's just like, okay, so this doesn't just sound like...
Well, particles by definition
so
would have mass, electric.
Physicists, you can't comprehend it for yourself. Spend 5 years researching, and maybe you'll finally comprehend what they're telling you.
Yeah, that's how knowledge works.
That's how knowledge works.
Yes.
If I can't sit here and make an observation about what they're saying, and I'm making a different observation, then I got to conclude that they're basing what they're saying off of things that aren't observations. Okay.
Well, again, I go back to setting up a storage area network array in a data center.
Like, what did they observe to make this claim? Where is the data saying that the Earth's mass and how it's a spinning ball? Where is the data that translates to this causing magnetism? Where is it? I'm looking for it right now.
Have you tried Google Scholar?
And you want me to spend the next 5 years? Why is this not just readily?
No. Did you hear
set
his
up on
question,
Google?
Electric? Have you tried Google Scholar? Do you know what Google Scholar is?
Let's go. Google Scholar.
So Google Scholar is a search engine that will take you to scientific papers. It's really, really cool, by the way. I use it quite a lot.
How much velocity does Earth create in the magnetic field? I don't even know what kind of question I'm asking this dumbass thing. And it's funny
Yeah,
because
that's
we presume that they're giving us this information correctly. Like, what are we doing that for?
that's why it takes years to get there, because there's a lot you have to learn to even know how to ask the question.
I go back
You
to
can't
my
skip the
example.
basics.
The physics of fluids, the quasi-linear velocity space diffusion is considered for waves of any oscillation branch propagating at an arbitrary angle to a uniform magnetic field in a spatially uniform plasma. The space average distribution function is assumed to change slowly compared to a gyro period and the characteristic times of the wave motion. Nonlinear mode coupling is neglected. The H-like theorem shows that both resident and non-resident quasi-linear diffusion force the particle distributions towards marginal destability. Bro, are you serious? I can't even take this serious.
Why?
It's
Why?
too convoluted. Reality isn't this fucking dense.
Complicated or
try
dense?
try learning it if it's not that. See if you can find easier knowledge that can do the same stuff that they can.
The point I was making was, if a sphere is creating a magnetic field, which would be a torus, which would be something going up and then coming back down in on the bottom, right? That's what we assume. That's why magnets point up or north or whatever they say, because there is a point somewhere where a lot of magnetism is causing the attraction to flow in this direction or whatever. If I'm not saying this right, like, I don't really care. The gist of what I'm saying is, if this is happening on a sphere, why isn't there two fields where the mass is like, it shouldn't be like coming out of one point of a sphere. That means that it's not a sphere. It means
It's
that
not
it's
coming out of one point of a sphere. It's coming out of
mass is
2
not
points of a
distributed
sphere.
around the sphere. That's what it means.
That's why. Well, technically, we have more than two poles, but let's just keep it simple for the moment. Which is why we have a north and a south pole, the same as every other form of magnetism that we observe. So I don't understand your objection to this. I think, my problem is I don't like
I don't
to sort of
understand
chat
what
about
you're
shit
proposing.
that
It's
I
like, you
don't
want me to
really
just
understand
trust
in
what they
depth.
put in these books, man. That's why I'm here. I don't trust what they put in these books, and I'm
Other
finding
things.
information elsewhere that opposes everything.
Let
I'm
me ask
finding
a
different information about this stuff that
Let me
doesn't
ask you.
support their arguments. Sorry,
Let
go
me
ahead.
ask you a simple question: are there things that happen in the real world that you don't fully understand?
Can you point to me to something that's ever been, quote unquote, created, like popped out of nowhere from thin air?
That's not really
That's
an
one
answer
thing.
to my
Everybody
question, is
claims
it?
that everything's created, and I don't see anything
But
truly been created.
yeah,
So
but
that's the question.
that's not my question, is it?
Okay.
So are there things that happen in the world that you can observe that you don't truly understand the causes of?
No, I don't ask weird questions like that a lot of the times. Like I don't look
Okay.
at something and say, I don't know why this is happening. I don't do
So
that.
But
let's ask
but that's a
really
very
simple question.
self-aware question. Like you must come to terms with what you know and what you don't know, because you know that there is this very, very old saying, couple of thousands years old, that says the
What are you
wise
telling me
person
that I
knows.
don't know? Okay, so what don't I know, sir?
Well, that's what we ask you. Is there things that you can observe but you don't know how they work?
First question I asked, dude, why do magnets only point north? If the mass and velocity is causing magnetic field, how come there is only 1 point of supposed density that a compass wants to point? That was my first question.
And that's what you don't understand.
And then I was gonna ask him, why is water always level if we're on a sphere?
Yeah, because level is comporting to the forces that act upon it. So it's in the direction of effectively the acceleration towards the center of mass. That's the argument of what level is on a sphere. It's not a horizontal plane. That's a misunderstanding of the use of level. Words have multiple meanings and you apply them specifically.
Okay, so let's take a look at the Pacific Ocean. So if water is always level at the top, when is there a bend around, like, Antarctica, Pacific Ocean, in between like India and Hawaii and South
You're
America?
still
Like
not
there's a giant
understanding the
portion
term
of
level,
those.
are you? So
I'm
the
sorry?
term level, when you apply it to a geoid, is comporting to
You
the
think I don't
forces.
understand what level means?
I don't think you
Yes,
do,
I think
because you seem to
that's
be
the point.
confusing
This
it with
guy is
flat.
this guy is implying that I don't understand what level means.
Do you think
Well,
level
we
equals
just
flat?
demonstrated that.
That's great, man. Like if you wanna reduce the argument to something like that, like I can just leave. Like
He
I'm not
isn't.
here to talk
He's
about
trying to. He's trying to correct your understanding. You're just not listening.
Well, I wouldn't even go as strong
no,
as saying
because
correct
you
your
wanted to fit
understanding.
because you
What
wanted to
I'm
fit
trying
a
to
narrative
ask is,
without having curve. You
do you
can't
think that level?
explain why water is always level and for there to be a Pacific Ocean. You can't
Bacon, don't
explain it.
interfere.
It's a
Bacon,
conundrum.
no.
Yeah,
Okay, so
electric.
you want to deduce it
Electric. One
to me not
second. Calm down.
understanding what level means?
Do you think level equals
I
flat?
really don't have time for that, dude. I'm sorry.
Level electric. Do you think level equals flat?
I really don't have time for that. I'm sorry.
What? It's a yes or no question.
Bro, we're not about to talk about the definition of level. That's ridiculous.
Well, isn't that
I
what
mean,
we're
the first step,
Dross,
like I swear, guys, this is the direction the conversation is gonna go. I'm gonna mute out because I'm not the kind of person that wants to hang out and talk about dumb shit, bro. I'm sorry. You're not gonna try to tell me I don't know what level means. That's ridiculous.
Dross, the first definition of level is having no part higher than another, having a flat or even surface.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. So you just asked if level means flat, and if you go by the dictionary, then it does.
That's one meaning.
The point is, there is no explanation for the Pacific Ocean. How do you explain curvature on a pole with something like the Pacific Ocean where water would have to be level? You can't explain it. Period.
Well, there's no point trying then if that's what your belief is.
Oh yeah, go ahead and try. I already thought about this way longer than you could ever fucking spend time explaining it right now.
Cool.
It's not even something I truly like talking about. The truth is, there's no reason to try to explain why there would be curvature over the Pacific Ocean. There's no reason to try to justify this claim to support heliocentrism. It's like stupid to try, in my opinion. And I don't want to hear anybody try, because you would be reaching and you would be not coming to terms with real facts that this should never happen in, like ever.
This sounds like a pre-made conclusion. And when you make pre-made conclusions, you are basing off what you want to be true and not what is actually true.
So the challenge that I normally throw back to that, being the flat Earth skeptic, is what measurements do you have to support that? If so, can I see the data, the tools that were used, and the methodology behind it? And that's the answer I normally get.
Like I said, like I noticed before, I hate to be the person like muting and sucking with the microphone, but you told me something before that you don't believe that we're being deceived and manipulated.
No, I
So
didn't say
that's
that.
a big factor in all of this, man. Like if
I
you
didn't
don't
say that,
think we're
Electric.
trying to lie to you, then you don't have to believe what I'm telling you at all.
I
It really
didn't
starts
say
there.
that.
You have to understand you're being lied to.
Yeah, and I didn't say that I don't believe that certain people lie to me. That's not what I said. Please don't distort what I said to you earlier. I was very clear in what I said, and you actually agreed with an awful lot of points I made. So again, I'll go back to my question. If you have evidence that you can put forward data measurements showing that the Earth is flat, can I see that data? Can I see the tools that we use to
Yeah,
collect
literally.
it?
I don't know
And
why
the
when I put up
methodology, I
YouTube
haven't
links,
finished my question, and the methodology that
you
was
just ask for
used to do
evidence.
it.
I've been putting up YouTube links like every day, like 5 times a day, and like I literally consider it evidence, but like nobody clicks what I put up.
Yeah, but I'm asking for something very specific, because someone chatting on YouTube, to me, that's shy evidence. You can go onto YouTube and say whatever the fuck you want. What I want to see is the data, the tools that we use, and the methodology. Because if I've got those three things, I can either critique the method or I can repeat the method, which means I can do it for myself. You feel me? Is that not a reasonable position for someone who has a skeptical view to hold? Because the question is, Electric, is why are you believing these videos on YouTube rather than actually believing data that you can test for yourself? Because we discussed that when we were talking on VC2 earlier.
Exactly. Data you could test yourself. I cannot test this data that they're giving me myself. That's the problem.
So in that case, if you don't have data to support your idea, then by definition, it's a belief you hold. I don't have a problem with that.
Okay, I'm gonna put like 5 or 6 videos up right now. Somebody should give me some, like, I don't know, where my YouTube links show the picture, because I think it'll give people a better idea of what I'm putting up.
I'll
The
happily
links are always
repost it so the picture comes up.
yeah, I'll
if you're not
repost
getting
all
that.
the videos I'm putting up, and I think
So
it's
what I'm
great.
after, very clear, I just want to be really clear. What I'm after is data, tools used, and methodology. If it doesn't provide those three things, I don't care. Because otherwise it's no different to us just chatting away on here. That's for me, I want good evidence that supports a conclusion. And when we're talking about sort of flatness of curvature, we need measurements. We need measurements that actually show it. We need the tools that are used to collect it, and we need the methodology that sits behind it. Because then we can see if it's a crock of shit or not. Otherwise, it's just someone chatting on YouTube. Or showing a blurry photo, as I like to say to Travis, because it annoys him.
Yeah. I'm about to put a link up right now.
Cool. If the picture doesn't come up, I'll repost it for you so the picture does come up.
Yeah, so this video lays out perception, refraction, and like literally the shape of our eyes. And how because we do see sea level when you go into space, because of the shape of our eyes, everything becomes obstructed through prism that would be like the density of the medium that we're perceiving the light. So like this guy's example is so perfect. He takes a crystal and it's basically just a prism, holds it up to his wall, and it just proves that like straight line can be perfect as long as you look at it, as long as the light will bend through the medium. So, all these arguments that I hear about perception, like I literally don't like that point. I'd rather just throw these videos up because somebody really spent a lot of time putting this shit together and making sense of it. Like, I don't think I need to be trying to stress it in my own words.
Electric, Geo has updated you, so you can now post pictures and videos.
Now, and I want to remind you again, my good dude, you're my friend now, by the way. I was definitely willing to argue the other side of this like 6 months ago. I'm not kidding. I would have been in here arguing for the other side 6 months ago. I'm telling you, bro. It's a real thing. That totally changed. Like the real evidence that I think I'm getting is from these people that are getting shadow banned, not like the conventional, convenient Google Scholar explanation of things. Because that's where I get fucking confused. That's where I'm looking at it with a sideways eye. I bet you my
Question I would have, I've just skimmed through this video. I haven't watched it. I'll watch it all properly later. But it doesn't it's not showing that the Earth is flat. It's just
why
sort of
would you skim through it? Don't you?
Because I was just trying to get an idea of what the topic was about and to see if it had.
Why would you do that? You should just watch the video.
I said I'm going to watch it later after this. We're in the middle of a discussion. I don't want to spend 35 minutes watching a full video, which is why I said that I haven't watched a full video. I've skimmed through bits of it to see if it had what I wanted. So it's not showing any measurements that the Earth is flat. It's not showing any tools that are used, and it is discussing certain methodologies. That's what I've seen so far.
We'll talk about it when we watch the whole thing, I guess.
So, for me, that doesn't fulfill a really clear criteria that I put out, which is why I spend a lot of time thinking about, and I ask the same questions of globers as I do of flat earthers. Except, do you have evidence for the curve rather than do you have evidence that's flat? Can you show me the data? Can you show me the tools? Can you show me the method?
Are you going to claim what data I'm presenting when you're just skimming through a video assuming what it's saying? That's not fair.
Because the video is discussing horizontal refraction and it's making the assumption of flat Earth. It's not showing measurements that it's actually flat. I'm currently going through his Dropbox material at the moment.
I'm going to tell you something. Everything having to do with curvature is assumed. There is absolutely nothing proven.
Mm-hmm. I think everything that you're stating that the Earth is flat is assumed, and I'm not seeing any proof to support it.
Water always finding level isn't supporting it.
Yeah, and if you look at the definition for level, when it comes to talking about the Earth, it says a line or a surface that cuts perpendicular through all plumb lines that it meets, and hence would everywhere coincide with a surface of still water. That is the definition of level. And if plumb lines are not parallel to each other, then that would not be a flat surface.
Yeah, in order for that to be evidence of flat Earth,
that sounds like an assumption.
it wasn't because he said if the plumb lines aren't parallel. He's not saying there aren't. He's saying for that to make the Earth flat, you would need plumb lines to be parallel. So he's not even he can't be under any assumption if he's not making any claim.
I'm being very careful in my language, Electric. And I'm British, so I speak English with absolute fucking precision.
Well, even that.
So don't address me 100%. Just know I'm listening.
Oh, your mic's going a bit again, mate. Yeah, what I would say to you, Electric, is I don't think you're a flat earther. I think you're a globe Earth skeptic. Cool. Anyway, I'm gonna go and do some stuff. Yeah, if you ever want to catch up and have more of a discussion around this electric, more than happy to, mate. But thank you for the civility and thank you for the good combo.
Yeah, no.
Sorry, you're breaking up again. Man, if I was in New Jersey, I'd give you a fucking decent mic.
Talking about, so I'll catch up with you later.
No worries, man. You take it easy.
Definitely, man. I'll see you later. Have a good one. What's up, Bacon?
Yep.
My bad.
So
I'm at work and totally like in and out right now.
You're at work, you said?
Like I can't hear you right now. Sorry.
Yeah, that's fine.
No, hold on. Let me get my shit working. All right. What's up?
Hey, what's up?
What are you doing?
Me, I'm writing a selection navigation software.
Gotcha.
It's the third one I'm writing, actually. What about you? Are you partying?
Pretty much saying that.
Hey, you get some background noise.
Let me get away. I'm here somewhat. Can you hear me okay?
Not that good.
I'm sorry. These headphones suck. How about now? And like, how about now?
I think it's better now.
Every time I know how to fix it. I know how to fix it, but I know that sounds better, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, because I'm covering my headphones in my hand. All right. Well, was there anything that was being talked about that struck a chord with you? You're thinking about it?
That I'm thinking about?
I don't know.
You mean the Flare subject?
Yeah. Yeah.
Oh. Well, I usually talk about selection navigation. That's
Celestial navigation?
Yeah. That's the one that
You're talking
interests me
about
the most.
boats using the stars to navigate on the ocean like 1,000 years ago?
No, not 1,000 years ago.
Why not? Of course they
'cause
did, man. What do you think these How do you think they started making these calendars?
I'm not saying they didn't do anything there. I'm just saying that's not what I'm referring to.
Bro, the
So the
measurements
method,
that they made when they did their math and their calculations, represented in their art and their architecture and their schools, they were fully aware of where the stars are according to where they say they are. Like they actually
I'm
were
not
still in the same place. You
I'm
didn't
not
know
denying
that?
any of that. I'm not
The
denying any of
stars
that.
haven't moved that much. You know,
Yeah,
apparently
they
like
don't move
1,000
that
years
much.
ago, according to them. This is not me claiming this. This is what they,
Right.
you know, the way that they align their structures with certain constellations and, you know, star formations when they come around our nights. They build their structures around like these celestial events. You know about this, I'm sure you.
I'm trying to clarify my answer. So when you ask it, if I was when you asking me about celestial navigation, you asked it if that was from 1,000 years ago. When I said no, I mean that the subject that I have interest in is the modern method. So no, it's not about how they did thousands of years ago. It's how they do it now, or for the past 200 years. Because in the past 200 years, they've done it differently. Because now they have clocks that they can carry
They have
with second precision. Yeah, for the past 200 years, they have portable and precise clocks, right? Something they didn't have before, which changed how they did navigation. So I'm referring to the modern method of celestial navigation. It's the one you're going to learn if you want to learn it now. You're not going to learn ancient ones. You're going to learn modern ones because they're much more precise and they work everywhere. I mean, I haven't been everywhere, but you know, supposedly everywhere.
It's so hard about star navigation. What's so hard about it?
You're asking what's so hard about it?
Yeah, you're telling me there's some new technology that they only had for the past 200 years.
Clocks.
What is it?
Clocks and sextants.
Oh, really? Clocks. Clocks and
portable.
sextants. That's it.
Yeah.
How do you know how do you know that clocks? How do you know clocks are only 200 years old? How do you know that?
Portable ones, yeah, portable clocks with second precision are not older than 200 years.
You know they have sundials, which is why we have a basic framework for clocks.
Yeah, but you know that sundials require you knowing your location, right? If you move your sundial to a different location, it would change. Sundial is useless if you don't know where you are.
Dude, I don't know what fancy technology they got to better navigate using the stars. What is it? You said
Portable
sextants.
clocks.
That's not new. Portable clocks. How does that make it easier to navigate the stars? Like I don't see the connection.
Oh, you don't see. All right. So the sky changes over time, right? So if
No,
you
it
look at
doesn't.
the sky now,
Bro, I can show you a time lapse of the sky moving in a fucking circle.
yeah. So if you look to the sky now and you go to your house and then you come back later, like 40 minutes later, you look it again, things are not going to be where they were. It's going to be a little different. And that's different for every person. Every person has a different view of the sky. And that changes over time in a predictable way. So if you know what time it is, and if you know how the sky looks, you can now figure out where you are. Because it's different depending on your location. And if we know how it's different, then we can figure out your location based on how the sky looks.
Have you ever seen a 48-hour time lapse of the night sky somewhere like
Yep.
Antarctica? You have. So then you should know that the star trails perfectly go right over themselves. There is no multiple directions detected. It's one motion, one circular, uniform motion. You know that because you've seen
Yeah.
these videos.
Yeah.
Okay, so how does that prove that there's any better technology to navigate the sky? This is how the stars move, where literally they trace the whole path every day.
I can't hear you very well.
Okay, I got it.
Yo.
Yo.
So basically what I'm saying.
Yo, my bad about all that.
That's fine.
Yeah, this thing about sextants being I just don't understand why you wouldn't be able to map the stars 1,000 years.
If you say something, I can't hear you.
Years ago, if you're talking about navigating stars.
I think you're back now. Can you say that again?
The best use of a sextant is for like what's the longest distance a sextant can see. Do I gotta Google all this right now? Because I was Googling that shit before and was really inconclusive. Can I just ask you?
How long a sextant can see? How far a sextant can see?
Yeah, like if we're navigating the stars using sextants, like how far is the sextant seeing and how much are we using it to navigate in a direction while using the stars? Like what, how does it even apply? Well, why would you need a sextant if you're using the stars? I don't get it. Like literally, I don't get it.
Yeah, because you want to measure accurately how the sky is positioned. So for example, let's say we are in a room and it's your room, so you know very well how the room looks like. If I take a picture of the ceiling, just looking at the picture, you can tell me where the camera was, right? You can roughly tell me where the camera was. Because if the camera was in a different place, you would see a different, the picture would be different. You can, because you know very well your room, you can do that. So celestial navigation is a bit similar, with the difference that your room is rotating. That's why you need the clock. So if the sky was fixed, so if I always saw the same stars from my location, and you always saw your stars from your location,
give me some space, sir. My bad. I wasn't talking to you.
No, I'm
on
not.
The road. No, I'm on the
Okay.
road. Sorry.
Right. I'm not making any claims on what the sky is or what space is. All I'm saying is, if the
Why
sky
wouldn't
was
you want
fixed,
to make a claim with space in the sky? This is what this is all about.
because no,
this
this
is the
isn't,
shape around the Earth, apparently, right? This is what you
this
guys are
isn't
claiming.
relevant.
This is the whole point of the argument. What is the shape of this stuff?
Yeah, but celestial navigation doesn't need to know what the sky is. We only want to know what's the geometry of the surface and how does the sky changes according to your position. That's all we need to know.
I understand that. I understand
Right.
that. No problem.
Okay. So you asked why do we
I'm
need a
not trying to
sextant?
be hung up on this random argument, honestly. I think the bigger point to be made is that we've been using the stars to navigate, like on the ocean. There's evidence of this for way longer than sextants and these digital clocks or whatever they're using now to navigate. And they actually don't use satellites to navigate. They use ground penetrating. So they don't actually got to like shoot anything into the sky. It's all from the ground. I actually should look that up before I get more into it. But I could like better explain why GPSs don't use satellites.
Okay. But I don't think the methods we have, like I don't disagree. We could navigate before, this isn't the point that we can only navigate now. Of course not. But what the modern method allows you to do, the previous one don't. They can't pinpoint your location. You could get a good estimate on the direction you should go, for example. But you need some information on where you were before and stuff like that. With the modern method, you can wake up in any random position on the globe and accurately know where you are. This isn't something. I don't think any of the previous methods could do that. But I also haven't seen anyone showing how those previous methods work. So maybe they could. I find it really difficult to believe that if they didn't even have portable clocks. But yeah, the claim would be it doesn't depend on that. It's not that we can only navigate now, but now we can pinpoint our location with a couple miles of precision.
I gotta apologize, dude. It's because I'm at work right now. I can't fucking be here 100% of the time. I'm so sorry. But
That's
I know you
fine.
probably
That's
just
fine.
made perfect sense of a lot of things. I'm not gonna doubt that you know what the fuck you're talking about.
All right, appreciate that. But that's fine. Sometimes I can't focus also. What do you work with?
No,
Mind asking.
we gotta stay on this topic about. I wish I could have heard what you just said. I feel so bad.
No, don't.
Give me a
That's
second
fine.
to go. Give me a second to go sit down.
There's a latest video from Ben Davison if you guys are interested. And it's a sad day in cosmology for dark matter. Rest in peace, dark matter. For the rest of us, it's a celebration, bitches.
Who are you talking to?
To the world, Craig.
All right, I'm here. Okay, so if I'm hung up on anything right now, I guess the point that I was trying to make before, I'm sure you made perfect, clear sense of my question. What is the application of a sextant when it comes to star navigation if it doesn't include mapping the stars? If we're navigating based on the stars, you want to. Is this going out of line? Am I out of line right now?
I don't think so. No.
Right. I'm trying to like. You're saying that a sextant is a better way to celestially navigate. Am I wrong?
Better than previous methods. Yeah.
I don't think that it's the same application. Maybe, star navigation had everything to do with mapping where the stars are, not exactly how they're moving, or the fact that a sextant can tell you that a star is in a different position on this day, or you're on this part of the earth and the star is in this position on this day thanks to your sextant. It should have already been mapped because we have evidence that it's in the same it's in the same pattern. It's doing the same pattern. Okay, this is a great pattern. I talked to the pattern on the phone. He's doing great.
I'm not sure if I understand your point.
If we have mapped the stars, if we have celestially navigated in the past before sextants, which you know this to be true, what improvement has the sextant made celestially? You're talking about navigating on an ocean. And what is the application of the sextant when it comes to using the stars? Because if you're just pointing a sextant at the stars and say, oh, the star's right there. Okay, now let me use the map of the stars that I'm already needing. Like I saw the star and now I can refer to the map of the stars, and that will be aligned with land masses. Is this all making sense?
Sort of.
Because isn't like the point of celestial navigation, like they literally would put structures like underneath the star, like you would like follow North Star and then you might get to some place, right? People would follow
Not
the North
necessarily.
Star. Okay, so let's break it down.
Celestial navigation doesn't necessarily tells you where to go. It tells you where you are. And the use of the
that's what I thought.
Yeah,
but
the use
based
of
on
the
this map of the stars, they designed their cities. That's what I'm proposing, I guess. That's a big claim. I know that's a stretch.
Yeah, well, I'm trying to answer for like why we need the sextant. How does it improve?
I just don't think that sextants actually improve celestial navigation, rather just the navigation of the seas. Celestial navigation has to do with mapping the stars. That's good. We did that. A sextant doesn't improve how we map the stars.
Celestial navigation isn't mapping the skies. It's figuring out where you are based on the sky, and for that, you need readings. You need readings of the sky.
Yeah, it tells you where you are, but it's not going to better tell you where the stars are. We don't have a problem knowing where the stars are.
Well, it's not its purpose to tell you where the stars are.
Okay. All right. So then, how does it better celestial navigation?
Well, one second.
Okay, I feel like when I be talking sometimes, I feel like I be throwing myself in a loop, and like I end up sounding repetitive. I hate to do that, but like I'm right back to where I started with this, man. Like my question still remains: how does the sextant improve celestial navigation? We just laid out a bunch of information. We just talked it out, and we're right back in square one, man.
Right. So celestial navigation uses readings of the sky. So if you don't have any readings of the sky, let's say you can't see the sky, and you can't tell you where you are. If you can only look to the sky with your eyeballs, that's pretty bad readings. Those are going to be there'll be almost no precision.
Yeah, I agree. I agree. A sextant cannot properly map the stars. I agree.
No, it's not about mapping the stars. Celestial navigation already starts with the stars map.
Awesome. So how do we map the stars?
Oh, that's an entirely different subject.
All right. Well, that's
I don't
what
know exactly how
about. That's a way more relevant, more like prevailing idea than like
I don't think
whatever
so.
we've been talking about. I feel like, how do we map the stars?
Well, I can give you one example. Say a star passes right above your head. Your latitude is the declination on the star. So there you go. Now you have your first piece of information to start mapping the sky. And we know, for example, that the stars move across different longitudes in a rate of around 15 degrees per hour. So based on that, you can know you can also note down which is the longitude of that star.
Here, I'm gonna throw a
And
video up in the chat right now. I'm typing in. This is what I'm typing in. P900 night sky. P900 night sky 48 hours. And hopefully somebody just sped it up so it's not a 48-hour video.
Hey, I gotta go now. So yeah, I won't be able to take a look at that now, or to move on with the conversation. But maybe I'll be back later. Anyway, so yeah, it was nice talking to you. Have a good...
You gotta go. All right, man. Really nice talking to you. All right. You have a good one.
Likewise. Yeah,
I'm gonna put the video up in case you want to click it.
Okay. Yeah.
My point about this time-lapse video, it kind of shows that the stars really don't change their path. So I don't see why we would have to remap the stars. I think that when they first mapped them and we counted on that for like 1,000 years, I don't think we were supposed to change that. We don't need to remap. We don't need better instruments to better celestial navigate. The maps of the stars that the ancients used are the ones that we should be using today. They work. Anyway, I gotta mute up and actually fucking do my job.
Hey, electric. I was listening to what you said, man. It makes a lot of sense.
How like the star trails, they go right over each other. It's like it's gonna follow the same path forever. There's no change in the path.
I mean, but like, why wouldn't we want to rectify shit after we've seen it? Like you said, like, after thousands of years of seeing where the stars are and shit, we never wanted to fix it. Like, well, why wouldn't we want to do that?
That's the problem with society today and Babylon. Everybody assumes that everything's wrong and we need to fix it. All this supposed fixing we do, and we're still fucked.
I mean, I think the reason we're still fucked is because of the way we live life. It's got nothing to do with the fucking shape of the earth.
The bigger notion about the shape of the earth is that humans can't fucking instinctively determine what's true or not. They're just accessing a part of your mind to deceive you and make you think that you can't count on your own observations to determine what's real around you. It's a psychological paradox.
But the thing is that, like,
a dependency on your fucking controller. They just predict your actions.
You're totally right. You're totally right. There was a point where we thought that, you know what, maybe what we're saying is just hearsay, right? And so what we did was we sent some shit out there to go up into orbit and take a picture of the Earth. And based on that, we were like, you know what, we were right. It's not fucking flat. I mean, they obviously knew it wasn't flat way before they did it, but...
Hold on, bro. I'm asking you to repeat that in 20 seconds. Oh, damn it.
You know, I find really interesting about it, in like more extended chats with kind of globe guys is that we're already questioning the narrative, and you guys think it's just by reasserting that narrative that we're just going to not question it anymore. I don't really understand why you think that's going to do anything for us.
I don't. I don't think it's gonna do anything. Like, I personally think the whole fucking flat Earth narrative is about finding truth, in areas outside of the actual shape of the Earth. I think the whole narrative
The
about
problem
flat.
I have. Oh, sorry, I couldn't hear what you were saying.
All right, can you hear it now?
Yeah, what were you saying?
All right, I was just trying to say, like, I think there's a whole narrative about fucking telling people to fucking seek truth, which isn't bad. And I think that, part of the whole global fucking thing helps with that. It's basically like you guys telling people, look, we think the Earth's fucking flat, right? So how weird is that? And they're like, yeah, that's weird as fuck.
I think
But
there's
then
a notion behind the word flat that a lot of people are just turned off by because they think that everybody's just picturing a perfectly straight line. Everybody's aware of elevation and mountain ranges and, like ridges in the ocean and rifts and the San Andreas Fault. Okay, so it's not perfectly level. We know that.
I know, I get that. But I think that I would say that, part of the fucking flat Earth narrative is to make people wake up and question the shit that they see every day in their lives, right? So shit like the news you read, right? The news you watch. Question it. And I think that is the message of flat earthers.
Yeah. Do you have a problem with that message? It's not the message, but that's a general message, flat Earth or not. That's not just a flat
No,
Earth.
I have no problem with that. I think that everybody should question everything.
That's
Like,
called being a skeptic. That's called,
it's not even called being a skeptic. It's called just being a fucking person and
Yeah, that's
believing
the
the
problem. We
shit.
slap all these labels on things: conspiracy theorist, skeptic, and we got all these funny labels. But really, it's just like using your own brain. You're right, bro. I like you a lot because you don't like how we fall in line with these definitions that really shorten our perspective and they
I know,
keep us
bro.
narrow-minded.
I do believe that fucking, a lot of the way that we fucking live today has been fucking
Oh, that's what Babylon is.
demonstrated
That's why I
to
brought
us.
up Babylon. They are using language and science and a belief in yourself, bro. They don't even got people believing that they're real anymore. Like people literally will tell you that they're not real or some shit.
And you know what? When we talk Babylon shit, yeah, you talking about biblical crap, right? And I say the word crap. I don't mean in a bad way. That's just my lingo, right? Is it bad? Honestly, like
It's not bad.
the whole fucking Bible has made people live in a better way. So why can it be so bad? People wouldn't have lived. People would not have lived so civilly.
So let's make this observation right now. We have incarceration, we have rape, murder, child pedophiles, we have poor people, rich people, a complete imbalance in distribution of wealth. And you want to talk about Christianity creates peace?
Honestly, dude, I don't need to talk about anything. I can talk about whatever fucking topic you want to talk
I just
about.
want to point out that Christianity creates these problems. I fucking hate both.
I thought we were talking about Christianity. That's why I carried on. I don't necessarily need to talk about Christianity, bro.
A lot of people don't like the way I talk about Christianity.
Honestly, dude, I'm probably as much Christian. I'm probably a little bit more Hindu than I am Christian, but I'm not against the Christian way of
I'm against
life.
monotheism in general. I'm against giving superiority to a being you can't see. That's stupid. I think that's actually.
I don't see any superiority in any of us, man. Like the way I see it is like we are just fucking people, and to even seek superiority amongst us is belittling who we are. Like we should be living life outside of that shit. Like, why? What is it about humans that makes this acknowledgement of being better than somebody else something that we strive to be? It's a weird thing. We should just be chilling. Right? We shouldn't be giving a
Yeah, I actually have a whole theory about that. This concept of competition and perceiving yourself as, you know, in a fight, like a fight for the survival type of situation. When you pit a man against another man and say, you know, this is what's going to determine if you win or lose, like live or die, and you just give them these circumstances that you're just creating a playing field. You're just making rules. Does that make sense? Like, these people just want to predict how you lose. They want to predict.
Like, if I was pit against a man, if I was pit against a man that was just live or die fight, right? I would personally think about what it would mean to kill this person. Like, would I be taking 6 kids out of their fucking right of a fucking dad? You know, I wouldn't necessarily just win the fight just because I want to win the fight. I would actually think about whose life matters more.
Principle of competition, it's not real. I feel like this is one of the fucking forbidden snake Serapis Janus knowledge. Like, this is just some evil, wicked shit that you don't have to do. Nobody has to fucking do that. They just tell you you have to. They act like the world is a capitalist society. Everybody just falls in line.
I mean, I think I get what you're saying, bro. I get what you're saying, but you also
doesn't mean we have to live that way.
Yeah. I mean, the way I see life is this, right? Like, live your life as you want to fucking live it. Because
I mean, that's a really
other way is there to live
live.
life?
But we are bound to so many fucking circumstances that weren't created by us. My father had no choice but to fucking, you know, work his ass off his whole life.
But what I mean is, like, why
remember what my father
why
looked like.
have these
I
sorrows?
don't think that was his choice.
All right, bro. What I'm trying to say is this, yeah. Like, why have these sorrows in your mind about different ways of living life when in reality the only thing that matters is who you are and how you want to live?
Yeah, but there's a difference between how you want to live and how you're able to live, and that's obvious. Like, a lot of people would want to live in a much more free way than they're able to because of the financial system that we are all subjected to. And I think that was part of these points.
I don't know, crypto. I would kind of disagree. I think that, like, if your only notion of life is to live a peaceful life and not give a fuck about all this shit that prevents you from living a peaceful life, then it doesn't matter, does it?
It doesn't matter, because if you're having to work 12, 14-hour days just to support other people, just because the finance is built in a certain way that you have to do that, then of course you can't live how you want to live. That's his point, and I agree with it.
Absolutely. And I think that's what. Yeah, you're right. I mean, it's very hard to just go straight for a peaceful life when you got kids to take care of, right?
Sometimes it's not even just kids. Some people inherit debts, you know, and now they've got this huge debt that they have to pay, or they get fucked up in some other way. Like, there's all sorts of unfortunate things that happen to people. If we lived in a more kind of,
I will tell you this, bro. If you know someone that has inherited debt,
I didn't finish. We've got, like, what he's saying, and I agree with. There's huge inequality in wealth, right? And they pretend like it's about income equality, which isn't. It's about wealth equality. Yeah. So the problem with income equality specifically, I don't know if you guys can believe me or not.
yeah. I don't know, bro.
The
Like,
problem with income equality is that people who tend to have high incomes are the kinds of people who started off poor and have built their way up. So when they talk about, say, like, oh, people who make more than $100,000 must be taxed. Well, that's just the wealthy telling you that the slightly better off poor people should be taxed in order to pay for the other poor people. That doesn't actually address anything.
I mean, in crypto, I get what you're saying, man, but like, there's part of me that thinks, right, and I'll tell you what makes me think this. Yeah, like when I read the Bhagavad Gita, which is like my holy book, right, and it wasn't like I read it like my holy book. I did read it with a fucking pinch of salt, right? It did say, and this really pissed me off back in the days. There was a verse in there that said that, you know, you should just live the life you was given, and don't. I'm paraphrasing. I don't even know if this is the right words to say it, but like, it's basically what I got from it was, if you're just, if you're gonna live your life the same way that you're living it right now, in where you're happy. Don't try to be more than you are. And it really pissed me off, bro. It actually put me off the Gita when I read that. I was like, no, fuck that. I want to be more than my parents. I want to be, you know, fucking someone who makes a fucking difference, some shit like that, right? And then, honestly, dude, the more that I fucking understood
Yeah,
why that was said, I kind of understand now.
Let me
It's
say one
like,
thing to that, bro. They literally create so many options for people to just draw them from options that they could truly make for themselves. Everybody thinks they're making their own choices. They don't realize that it was actually already a lane carved out for them, meticulously put together by, like, I hate to say it, but these people are like manipulating the masses. Like, no matter how you feel like you might think about something, there is a lane carved out for it already by the mainstream agenda. You can't avoid any fucking lane.
yeah,
Like,
I mean, the way I thought about it,
it's all set up for you.
the way I thought about it was more like, you know, you can want more in life, right? You can want to fucking go out and get a better job and do shit like that. But I think the one thing that the Gita said was, just do the shit your fams was always doing, and don't try to be fucking something amazing out of it, right? And I don't mind that. I do understand, like, great people need to fucking be great, but I also recognize that sometimes our happiness is based on the family we live in and what we think happiness is. And therefore, that whole fucking notion of just be happy and live that lifestyle you're happy with, what's wrong with that? Why want more? Why want to be a rich ass cunt when the only thing your family needs to be happy is you? I used to get so fucking jealous when I saw people driving fucking amazing cars and shit online, and fucking just, you know, my friends having a lot more money than me and shit. But I guess there's this understanding you get as you get older where none of that shit matters. the only thing that matters is how you feel inside. The reason why that's not a thing we can even talk about on a fucking normal outpost is because, you know, if everybody thought this way, it would break down society, right? Like the society we live in is all about people going to work and being part of society, that being part of the fucking cycle, right?
Yo, that cycle that they got everybody a part of, just understand that that truly goes against your circadian rhythm, your own internal clock. Like you have a biological clock. Any type of like 9 to 5 truly objects to it, right?
I mean, working a 9 to 5 is fine, but is that what we were fucking put on this earth to do?
I feel bad for anybody that thinks that they need to have a 9 to 5 to better their health and lifestyle. I mean, you're gonna need one financially, but it's not good for your body. It's not good for your
Honestly, one of the
circadian rhythm.
greatest things I think that came out of this whole fiasco with the with the virus, right, is that we've realized that we can work from home. You can have time with your family, and all this shit. We don't have to fucking be chilling in an office 9 to 5. I think that's probably the best. Honestly,
Yeah, the implications of a 9 to 5, it goes beyond just that little time window. Even just suggesting that there is a 9 o'clock that can be measured every day based on human perception. Like what I perceive to be 9 a.m. Do you know what I'm trying to say right now? 9 a.m. to me is like sunrise, breakfast, having a lot of energy. 9 a.m. to them is a new unit of measurement of like when I need to be at their location.
I'll tell you this, man. Like, getting to work at 9 a.m. is something that a lot of jobs require. If you're really good at your job, though, then nobody cares what time you get to work. And outside of that, the best thing
Well,
today,
that's I'm sorry, but like there's jobs where if you're not at the job site and the trucks are in the garage, like if you're not there at 6 a.m. driving to the job site, if you're late, you're not going to work.
no, I mean like I'm the type of cunt that I never used to go to work on time. But like one time, my boss tried to call it out on me. Right? She called for a one-on-one meeting. It was a review period meeting, right? Whatever. And she did at 7 in the morning. She knows I don't fucking get to work at that time, right? But she still set up my meeting for 7 o'clock in the morning. So I met up and fucking we talked, right? And then at the end of it, I was like, "Why do you set this meeting up at 7 o'clock?" She was like, "Because," and she was being real. She was like, "Because you never fucking come to work on time." I was like, "But don't I do twice as much work as everybody else on our team?" She just shut the fuck up right then, and from that day onwards, I came in at like 11 o'clock. 10 to 11. 10 to 11 o'clock.
Just to like, we cast the freaking fishing line. Let's reel that thing back in, right? So you agree that how humans perceive time is not how we just go about our day to day and like a schedule, and going to work and needing a cup of coffee, and needing to buy gas to drive 45 minutes away. The whole rope a dope, the whole shebang bang. You agree
I
that
think what I think electric is that like the whole fucking having this whole process of life that you're talking about, right? I think it prevents us from ever having to think. All right, so basically, if you're gonna live a life doing this shit on a daily basis with strict timelines on who and when you're gonna do what, then you're never gonna have time to fucking think about your actual life. So you end up just living a fruitful life. It's not a bad life. It's just that you don't get to think about your life. And eclectic. Have you ever thought about your life?
thank you.
My bad. Was that yes or a no? I heard a thank you.
I'm just like all over the place right now.
What do you think your life's about? Like,
I think that humans are the real creators, and that we are a species being subject to rule because we are so powerful. They want access to what we can do, and in order to do this, they need to do a lot of trickery and a lot of deception and make us think that what we consider positive values are actually negative values, and what we consider negative values are actually positive. This is the only way to deceive mankind in a mass scale, is you have to trick everybody at the same time on the same amount that good is bad and bad is good.
nah,
Everybody
bro.
wakes up in the morning and they think they gotta kill an animal to sustain their own health, to sustain their own lifestyle. You gotta
I
eat
think
bacon, you gotta eat eggs, you gotta drink coffee, you gotta drink milk. All that nasty shit that they think that we need for good is actually bad.
how is drinking milk nasty shit?
And that's the problem. See, they got people perceiving things, on in a different perspective. Dude, this is not how people looked at things like
Yeah,
pre-dynastic.
I personally think, bro, like it's more like
People were vegans, man.
no,
The
I'm
world was
not.
vegans at one point.
I'm not vegan. As I'm not even. I
I'm
couldn't.
not saying right now. I'm
I'm just.
saying
I'm not.
pre-dynastic,
I
before
love
we
eating
started
animals, dude.
slaughtering
There's
animals.
nothing wrong with eating animals.
And that's exactly why Babylon works, is because they make people think that processes that are actually bad, they make them think that there's nothing wrong with it. This is the desensitization. You see it in the news every day, too. Now they're conditioning people to think that shooting little kids is okay. Okay, it's
I
just
mean, that's
you're
a
being
big jump,
conditioned to
my
feel
man.
this way. Bro, the
That's a
first
big jump.
time,
That's a big
bro, I'm
jump,
gonna
bro.
tell you
Like
right now. I'm gonna tell
I
you
don't
something.
mind eating
I'm gonna tell you something. I'm
animals,
gonna tell you something.
but
Just let me tell you something,
killing
bro.
little children,
Bro,
no.
everything requires conditioning. When you're a kid, you object to all things. Things make you cry.
Yeah,
Things make you angry.
the
Things make you
interesting
not
though,
want to
what you
talk to certain
said.
people. You don't want to listen to what I'm saying. I'm sorry that what I'm saying,
My
you
bad.
want
Sorry.
to object to it so quickly. I'm
Sorry.
sorry, but just try to hear me out.
I'm saying sorry for
We're trained.
talking to you,
No, we're
please.
literally trained, bro. This is what I was talking about when I talk about mental manipulation. mind control. I mean, if that's not what you want to talk about, or you don't believe
So
in that,
who mind controlled you? Who mind controlled you?
okay. So right now I'm driving past the subway. This little image of the word subway is the English language. Along with it is associated with this guy named Jared who molested kids, and also they have a bad reputation for, having like poor graded food. Like, they really do bad in food inspections. They have a bad reputation. All the ideas surrounding this logo as I drive past it, my mind automatically assimilates tons of ideas just by an image. There is nothing natural about that. I am forced to assume that subway, just by the logo, that they make sandwiches and that they sponsored a dude named Jared that molested kids. That association that I make, that's a visual to an ideological association, in my opinion. I got my weird way of
You're gonna tell me, right? That
Sure.
because one motherfucker, right, that Subway decided to talk about ended up becoming a pedo. All Subway sandwiches are shit.
You're missing the bigger point I'm trying to make. Humans create visual to ideological associations. Just based on the word subway, I can assume that this is a corporation, so they're taking advantage of this symbol principle. You understand that? There's a principle behind
I
symbols.
don't understand
You can
why
see
you're
something
bringing up
and
fucking
associate
Jared,
it with a
man.
ton of ideas.
I mean,
It's not my fault
I
that
get
do
your
this.
point. I do get your point, brother.
Cool.
Brother, I get your point. But what I don't understand is why you bring up Jared.
I don't have to bring up Jared. I could have used a different example. I could bring up a different example. You want a different one?
No.
All right. Well, I will anyway. The cross, the Christian cross. When you hear the word cross in this manner, your mind automatically just aligns with Christian values. You start thinking of being saved and, whatever else is considered Christian values to a person. Am I wrong? Like, the point that I'm making is that a symbol can represent things to a person unwillingly to them.
I don't think it's the cross that makes.
And I'm not trying to be like rude or sound impatient. I'm shouting because I'm literally in the street.
You bring up good
okay,
points.
Thanks,
You bring up good points.
I'm not shouting. I'm really in the street. I'm sorry if it sounds like I'm kind of aggressive or
Nah, bro.
impatient.
No one's complaining.
You're being
about
you're being really nice. Yeah, you're a nice guy.
I'm a very nice guy. No, I'm not. I'm actually a fucking enormous dick. But like,
but there goes the bigger notion about sigils. Okay, let's just suppose. I'm not saying subscribe to this. This is the truth. Let's just suppose that these symbols that we see, that we align with ideas, these are the reasons that we have certain ideas. Like, is that crazy?
where did these symbols of life come from though? Like you talk about fucking living, if you want a good, I don't want to say the word Christian way, but it sounds like you're saying that.
We could just say monotheistic, or we could say just of a most high. You say that instead, because truthfully, all of these religions, they detail God in the same manner. They all claim that God is the creator. It's one guy. It's not like God and this other guy. Well, it's God by himself, creating everything.
That's my point, bro. Is like, I think that like we all believe in the same motherfucker. Like, we call him different names. We call him different shit. But like, what's wrong with us all believing in the same cunt?
Who made you believe in it?
I don't know who made me believe in the Hindu god.
You are forced to assume that a belief in a monotheistic God is your natural, like, that's your natural assertion of reality.
Honestly,
this wasn't
the way
suggested.
I believe in God is that I think that all religions believe in the same God. We just believe in God in different
I think
ways.
that. So let me say this: have you ever heard of a character named Serapis? I just watched a
No.
presentation by Bro Sanchez, but it turns out this dude is man, I cannot break it down as well as Bro Sanchez did. I'm not gonna try. I apologize for even bringing up
I mean,
Serapis, but I'll point you to a video. It's like 7 hours long.
bro Sanchez. I mean, he starts talking about a lot of the teachings of the Vedas and core fucking Hindu beliefs. And every time I hear him say it, it kind of saddens me, bro, because he doesn't put those Hindu texts into fucking perspective. He just talks about them in a way that fits well in his narrative.
Yeah, I'd probably agree with what you said, but same thing. He's not about literally translating anybody's text. He's more about syncretism. You've heard of this?
Yeah, I've heard Brand. I've fucking been on this show. I've talked to him multiple times.
Oh, you talked to Pro Sanchez? Word. Nice, dude. I thought about calling up on a show, but I don't have patience. Like, I don't want to be on a show and then just lose patience.
Yeah, no, man. I've talked to him like a lot of times and shit. Like fucking, the conversation kind of went down kind of like this, where it was like, he just agreed to disagree.
I'm not even 100% sure what we're disagreeing upon.
We're not really disagreeing on anything, are we? We love God. Doesn't matter what fucking
No,
shape,
that
form.
we do disagree, actually.
Yeah,
So,
I
yeah.
believe the same God you believe in is my God.
I believe that you know what a monotheistic God is, and I think that if there is such thing as a creator,
I think that
what was the material?
I think that
Fucking,
I
I
think
hate
that
multitasking,
it's
bro.
not
I
about
swear.
the God being created or nothing like that. I think the reason we want to believe in God is because of who we are as fucking people. It's a fucking weird fucking mind state we all live in, where
Yeah,
we
that's what
think
I
we
was
need
saying.
to
I think
believe
that
in a
this mind
God.
state, bro. Let me tell you, bro. This mind state is suggested. The concept of believing in something that you can't see. This was a new concept to people at one point, and it's not like this was what created the Renaissance. This is actually what created like the hunger and the disease. Like with the belief in God came all the diseases and the famine. Did you believe that? No, I wanted to make a certain point
Yeah, I get
before you answer that. Hold on. It's starting to rain.
it's like eclectic. I think for some reason, bro, I think that we all believe in the same God. I can't see.
I'm gonna make my
I can't
point super
see
clear
why.
though. I didn't make
I
my
can't
point
see
at
why
all.
Hindu. I can't see why the Hindu God is wrong.
Let me tell you, bro. Can I lay this out for you? It's crazy because I've been thinking about this for about a year, and then Bro Sanchez literally said it yesterday, and I was so fucking like surprised that he would actually fucking say this because I've never heard anybody say this. So I've been thinking that like man, we have evidence of man rearranging what we consider mass and matter, and we can literally terraform like where we are. We're responsible for making man-made reservoirs. We create coastlines. We're in the middle of building ports that are reshaping coastlines and borders, and we could just literally just blow up a fucking wall and make a canal. And now there's a new waterway that you have to account for on maps. So like the amount that people truly terraform, I think, is underestimated. And I also think that the amount of ideas that we collect and make our perspectives with, pertaining to what you were saying before, this amalgamated perspective is not natural.
you do not have any true guidance to yourself in a world where you're being guided. It's like, and you want to say that what's guiding you in your environment is of positive intent. It's from God. It's like from this being that truly wants you to succeed, right? Like we are being guided
No,
through
no,
God.
no.
No?
I'll be honest with you,
Okay.
like what guides me in understanding who I am has nothing to do with God. It's just me understanding myself. Right? And I think that is what we all need to fucking do is understand yourself. Stop trying to make it out like God has an influence on how you as a person think. Because at the end of the day, God's a fucking great motherfucker. But at the end of
I
the
mean,
day,
that sounds nice. It
end of
sounds
the day
great,
is
dude, but that's just a
the
blank.
knowledge you get.
I'm sorry,
The
dude.
knowledge you get from life is the only thing that matters. That's the only thing that really fucking matters in life is the knowledge you get.
Bro, the knowledge that you think you're receiving, you don't got the half of it. And if God is blessing you with so much damn wonderful knowledge to guide your life, why is there a massive incarceration rate? Why are we bombing the fuck out of Palestinians? There's too many stupid ass things happening for me to believe that we are all being successfully guided by this fucking one God. It doesn't make sense because even the people that presented the idea of this monotheistic God, these were the ones that were colluding with
If you was
defying God in the
fucking
first
God,
place. These were the
honestly,
people that
bro,
truly hated
think
God.
about it this
The
way.
ones that
Think about it this
presented
way,
the
bro.
idea of
Think
God, they
think
hated
about
God
it
more than
this
anybody
way,
else.
bro. If you was God, and you didn't let these countries go to war with each other, right? Would you then at that point
Okay, so you think adherence
fucking with their own free
in
will?
God
No,
creates
that's not what I'm
sustenance and
saying.
peace
What I'm
and
saying
society?
is this: like, let's imagine God prevented one of these wars you're talking about. At that point, the moment him doing that, he's taking away our own fucking free will as men. Why would God do that to us?
How do you know that?
By controlling an output of a war, he would be taking away our own free will.
So he's controlling the war. So he's just playing games. He's just like
Wars
playing
fought
GI
and
Joes. God is
shit,
just like,
bro.
I'm gonna just
Wars
make these
fought
people
and shit.
pretend fight, but eventually
But
these people are just gonna lose. And he's doing that on purpose. He's making people fight for their lives, but eventually one group of people is gonna lose. And this is what God feels like doing, right?
yeah, I mean, honestly, if that's the fucking
We could
means of
talk
God,
about
that's the
determinism and free
means of
will.
fucking God. That's what it's up. That's what it's
If you
about.
want to talk about free will, we should.
If God actually said that other team was gonna win as opposed to the one that actually won, at that point he is fucking with our own free will. Because it was free will that justified which side of the fucking war won.
How do you even feel you have any sense of a free will in a world you were born into where you literally had to learn the way of the land? It's not the way of electric, and it's not the way of.
We've always had free will, bro. Like being happy is something that, when you're 3 years old and your daddy fucking gave you a hug, you was happy.
Okay.
Like for you not to understand why that's not reflective upon our need to be in this world we live in, I find it awkward.
Having a need to be, I know there's a need to be, but why does a monotheistic God have to create this need to
Well,
be?
why does there always have to be this fucking sense of evil in anything that you talk about? Because I think that everything in life is good.
You believe in incarceration?
Yeah.
All right. So we have a different perspective of what's good and bad then.
I believe that if you're a fucking dick, you need to be fucking sorted with it. Incarceration is that,
Right,
right?
but that's a response to negative behavior. Yeah, you need to figure out why there's
Wait, I'm sorry.
negative
You
behavior.
don't believe in incarceration?
If you're gonna interrupt me every single time, bro, we're not gonna get far. My point is, we have a different perspective of what's good and bad. If you are more worried about how to punish what is already done, okay, then what is going to be done is always going to be bad. You're just punishing the bad. You're not getting rid of it. You're saying that I can beat the shit out of you and that'll stop somebody else from doing anything bad ever again because I beat the shit out of this person. Therefore, everybody is going to adhere to peace because I beat the crap out of this guy that did something wrong. This is what's being suggested when you say this. You know that, right? There isn't a general adherence to peace when you subject someone to punishment as a consequence. Okay? Punishment doesn't create behaviors. Behaviors create punishment. You get it?
I mean, I don't think that's exactly what I said, but fuck it. You're right. I mean, what you're saying is
I love
wrong.
what you're saying, though, because you're talking about really important things. Like, I truly respect what you're talking about because you're the kind of person that's going to avoid all this textbook knowledge and really figure out what's going on in this world, bro. So
I mean,
keep
all I'm
asking
trying
these
to
kind of
say is,
questions. You are right to
okay.
ask that question.
What I'm trying to say is this: is that right from wrong is something that we understand as people, right? That's something that you decipher as a person, and I think that throughout the life you live, that's how you end up living your life. So, regardless of who the fuck says this constitutes jail time or this doesn't, the fundamental life we live is how we think good and bad should be controlling
you're
on
right.
the way we live.
You do have a moral compass. You're absolutely right. And they are fucking with it. They're making you make brash decisions, irrational decisions. In moments of desperation, you're forced to pick options that are presented to you that are not based on your true choices. Like when I wake up in the morning and I say, damn, I wish I could give my brother $100,000 right now. And
Right,
instead,
but here's the thing,
can I
bro.
finish my point?
The
Can I finish my
problem,
point?
the
Okay.
problem is this, yeah. All the shit you're saying is monetarily fucking equating to where you decide being a good person equates to. What I'm trying to say is, it's not about any type of monetary value or nothing like that, right? Who we are is based upon how you feel inside. And we all have a way of life that we all believe in. Why try to act like we gotta live like the rest and have these other weird fucking ways of life? Can't we just be people?
Yo, guess who gave us these other ways of life? This is Cabal, bro. This is Merkaba. This is Kabbalism. These
Fuck
people
the
are rebels.
cabal. Fuck
Bro, they're
any
heretics. They defy
religion.
God.
Fuck the Gita.
They're talking about these people that literally try to change how people live. That's what you're talking about.
What I'm saying is that we've
Think of this.
forgotten.
Let me present to you an idea. I want you to try to absorb this little scenario. There was a group of people that were fully invested in how to deceive mankind. Forget the why, because there's definitely a why. But they wanted to manipulate people on a mass scale. They knew how to manipulate individuals, but now they wanted to figure out how to get everybody to do what they said at the same time. With this with this new freaking what's it called? Endeavor. Man, you made me lose my point. No, you didn't make me lose my point. It's not your fault. I lost my point though.
I think what I was trying to say is like, no matter what the point is, no matter how much we want to find a point, the fact of the matter is that believe in God or don't believe in God, all right? You just need to believe in fucking the way you want to believe in life. And that's what we all fucking forget to do.
Bro, we are forced to make these beliefs within their frame. Like, when we try to
But
think of
you keep talking about somebody else. Like, fuck that, man. If you're a fucking human, just fucking be yourself.
Bro, I'm telling you, you did not invent this belief, and you can't tell me that you would have came to it on your own, because
I think we've all fucking forgotten how
this is
to
what I'm
be
suggesting,
ourselves
bro.
without the need to fucking suck somebody else's dick.
I'm gonna just make this point very clear, bro. Monotheism is taught, all right? You don't learn it in the natural world. Everything is being suggested that this is what you can believe in. It's not truly a conclusion you can come to on your own, based on your own principles and your own guided thoughts, because there's too many things being suggested to you about how you feel.
All right, bro.
So you can't truly come. You can't truly come to an honest.
You win, bro. You win. You win. You're way smarter than me, man. You win.
I'm sorry to do that, but what?
No, I mean you didn't need to. You didn't need to do that. I already knew you were smarter than me, and now you have won.
No, I don't think I won. I actually really like the questions you asked. I actually think you're really fucking smart for asking me. But
I'm dumb as fuck, man.
No way. I highly disagree.
But I gotta run literally before Discord, I didn't even know how to fucking add.
The major point that I'm making is like, if we lived in a world that didn't strongly suggest how we make our religious practices, like, we're told we got to go to church every Sunday, that all these values, we just want to chalk it up and say all these values that align with Christianity, these are the ones that you would do if there was no Christianity. And that's the question that I'm asking today. Does adherence to Christianity actually fall in line with a natural moral compass? And I think the answer is no. I think that we're actually being guided in a really destructive direction, personally. But there's evidence of that. We live in a world with all types of fucking destruction, and Christianity is the most prevailing religion. So what's up with that? It's like adherence to Christianity doesn't create less destruction.
Shit, my bad, bro. Like, I went to take a pee. Did I, Okay, so there's a understanding of life that we all need to understand, right? And when we try to decipher what it means, we need to understand whether or not we're looking for a life we want or a life that is.
I think that's the life we all truly want. It has to do with like not having to get into a car every day. Sure, people will say that their hobbies include driving cars and riding bikes and going to the beach. All that stuff is fun. I'm not saying that we're not supposed to be traveling, but to say that having a vehicle to get from point A to point B every day and like consume gas like at these rates,
we don't truly have free will in this quote unquote travel situation. Like, I just want to point out little things that are, you know, it is objective to free will.
Do you think that the type of fucking rickshaw you have, the type of car you're riding, has an impact on your own free will?
Oh yeah. Oh yeah. And to play off all these things that we do on a day to day and consider them insignificant, and actually that these are the natural occurrences that humans want to partake in. Why don't we ask these kind of questions? Why are we just so okay with, like, we're all complaining about the price of gas, but we still are going to tell ourselves that we need to jump in the car and fill our gas tanks up? That should be open shut case with free will. We don't have to. I don't want to fill my car with gas every day, but I do want to go to the beach. So I have free will to go to the beach, but I got to fill my car with gas. Where's the free will in it? It's like, it's an option. It's an illusion. Everything is an illusion of will. That's the problem with society, is everybody wants to believe in God and that they have free will, but a belief in God and a creator would mean that you are a result of intelligent design and that you actually don't have free will and that everything you do has already been determined by the creator.
Hey,
So
play.
it's literally a paradox. Like, how do you have both? I can't have both.
Requiring energy to go somewhere, obeying the laws of nature doesn't mean that you don't have free will. I don't know why you think having to put gas in your car means you don't have free will.
Right. Does religion mean you got free will? Because you believe in a religion, does that mean you got free will?
We don't have to put it back. But let's use a different example of, pre-existing circumstances when you're thinking you're making a choice. You're always going to be bound.
Look, man, I'm so like, I'm a Hindu, right? And I want to kind of believe I'm a Hindu, but I'm so not fucking believing in God because I'm a weirdo, right? And honestly, I think it's bullshit to believe in a God.
There was a Hindu who didn't believe in God.
No way, dude! I did not expect you to say that right now.
What's his name, Kosho? What's his name?
Buddha.
No, Buddha believed in fucking God.
No, I thought that he didn't believe in God. Not in like a other person way.
Well, what Buddha was doing was telling people how to just find peace. It wasn't for his. What Buddha said was, you don't need to believe in a God to find peace. He wasn't like that. He doesn't believe in God. I don't know. Buddha did kind of believe in a God. He just told people that what really matters is finding peace within yourself, and that's right.
I agree with what you just said, man. I really do. And you have to think about how many people on this world die, like on remote islands, like, indigenous people. They never read a Bible. They never read a belief in a monotheistic God. Are we forced to believe that these people are damned and just burn? No, of course not. That's silly. People can have adherence to good values, and it's not going to change where they go in the afterlife anyway. Because of the fact that you're here in the first place, there's nowhere to go but up. Everybody thinks they come here, and there's a chance that they're going to fucking reincarnate as a squirrel. Or they're going to burn in hell after. So the only reason you're here is to go up. The only way from here is up. There's no better. There's the next thing coming is going to be better, no matter what. So you can relax, tie yourself on the back. The fact that you're here, God wanted you here.
So you should be happy because now you can go up. Like,
If you
stop thinking
died
that
on a
you're gonna go
deserted
to hell.
island,
Christianity
I don't
makes
think
you
that you
think
can
that
go
you might
down.
go to hell. Christianity provides adherence that there is a chance that you will go to hell and that God wants to
Christianity
fucking
is
dispose
fucking
of your
great.
soul.
I love
That's
Christians.
disgusting.
I
That's
love all
disgusting.
religions, dude. Like, I don't think there's any religion on this planet that didn't do a greater good. Like, if you look at
Thanks for letting me rattle that thought off. I've been thinking about that for a minute.
the whole point of religion is to make people be a better person, right? Like, if you look at any of these religions, it's just a way of life that's better than being fucking wahoos, right? And just
Religion,
fucking
it was a
running
means to
around killing
control
people.
the mass.
Right. I mean, most of these religions just give a good way of life where you
It doesn't though.
that's kind
I mean,
of what religion
that's
is.
what they say it's supposed to. That's the suggested application of religion. They say that we're doing this so people want us to fall in line. That's not what we do.
Honestly, I don't think there's any
Not what I
religion that's right. I don't think that there's. I think that the only people that are right are the people that really understand life. I don't think it's a religious thing.
Yeah, religion has to do with like wearing robes and chanting and going to church every Sunday,
Right, bro?
or like laying your face
Like,
on a carpet, like saying somebody's name 100 times. Religion is about fucking practice.
I guess part of the reason why I'm a little bit not on the same page as you is because I've always thought of all religions as one. I've always thought no matter what religion you are, you're a fucking Hindu because that's the right
You're
religion.
right. All these beliefs in a monotheistic God, they're worshiping Serapis or El or Christ or Yah. All these motherfuckers are the same deity. You're right, bro. Everybody is believing in the same one God. When you believe in one God, there is in fact that
Yeah,
one God that you believe
when
in.
I said we're all
Right.
Hindus, I didn't mean it that way. I think that you're right. We all believe in the same God, and I don't want it to be that we all believe in the same Hindu God. But you're right. We do believe in the same fucking God.
Because this
What I
idea
don't
of
like,
this,
what I don't
bro,
like,
the idea of this God was presented by the same people that wrote. What like you want me to name all these weird books? Why is there even more than one book? And how come they're all translated from different languages? Like, why isn't there one text translated in all languages? Why is it like this person in this language has an account of this being, this person in this language has an account of this being, and they both.
it's simply because many religions don't allow you to believe in other shit, right? Like, I'm not allowed to be a fucking Christian. A lot of fucking Christians hate the fact that I believe in Christ, but I do.
I think the major point I keep trying to bring home is that all these beliefs that we think that we have just of the truth, like we're being presented the truth about the Creator. Like, no, you have to question. That's the point. You have to question your evidence of the Creator and understand that there needs to be a truth value to what you're considering the Creator. And with all these
Honestly, bro,
pieces of religion,
I will be honest with you, bro. I don't actually think there's a creator. I think
oh
that
well, that's great because neither do I. Because I've never seen anything get created in my life ever. I've only seen things get rearranged. And we use all these things in reality to make evidence of God. But, how come this fucking observation of nothing has ever been fucking created? Like, why doesn't that provide evidence of there not being or the creator just not being God? What if there is a God, but he's not the creator?
Well, why do we need a creator?
I don't think we do. I think this whole notion of an omniscient force dictating your life is fucking garbage. That's what I think.
Right? I personally think that the whole point of life is to understand yourself. Fuck a god.
The whole point of us having we have these fucking divine bodies, and we're able to create and terraform and think and provide abstract principles that shape reality. And we're giving all of the credit to something that we can't see, even though it literally exists in our brain. Like the most prominent evidence for consciousness exists in man. And that's not like a piece of evidence that man is the creator. And I don't know if you guys can hear me. There's fucking ambulances all day today. I guess people are just dropping dead for no reason or something.
I don't think people are dropping dead because of God. I think people are dropping dead because they're done with their fucking lives.
No, that was just a comment about the fucking ambulance, bro.
You're so dumb, Branch.
So let me try to summarize it for you, Branch. I don't think I need to summarize anything for you. I think that you're on the right path, making your own perspective and doing your best.
It's not about being on the right
gather a
path,
lot.
bro.
Yeah.
It's
okay.
My path is wrong.
It's up to you. I guess if that's how you want to call it. I don't think you're on the wrong path, man. I think you're doing awesome.
Bro, you don't understand how much I hate people. I hate people. I hate.
You don't hate people. You don't hate people, bro.
I do. I think
No.
that the way people are today.
You hate practices.
No, I think
You
the
hate
way people are today starts you from being fucking happy.
Bro, you don't gotta hate the people. You gotta hate who's manipulating them. People are not of their natural forms right now. Nobody is their ultimate self, in my opinion. We have too many suggestions bringing us to negative results. Okay, we got a lot of fucking inconclusions here. Houston, we have a fucking problem. People are not fucking truly succeeding.
I mean, you know, it's funny, man. Like, I walk around on a day-to-day basis, right? And I look like a homeless motherfucker. Because, like, I've stopped giving a fuck about how I look. So I'll go to shops and shit. And it's like, yeah, I don't look like fucking some guy that's about to get laid or some shit. I look like a homeless motherfucker because I've stopped giving a fuck about how I look.
I want to take my comment back.
And really, the reason for that is because I've also realized that the only thing that matters in life is who you are.
Let me get my thought.
The only thing that matters is who you are and how you feel about yourself. What else could fucking matter?
Let the kid speak, man. He wants to say something.
Yeah, I just wanted to retract my statement that, you know, people don't succeed. I think that success is perception, and that a lot of people do feel like they lived a happy life. There's nothing wrong with feeling, all right? But we are bound to a lot of things that dictate the direction we go in life. And if we make mistakes along the way, we just chalk it up to ourselves. This is our own decision making. I made this mistake. Whoopsie. I blame myself. That's healthy. But until you start identifying the weapon that's being used against you, you know, you don't know how far you can truly take your own potential. You got people.
I guess.
You don't want to identify the people holding you back. Then you will continue to live the way that we see right now.
What I was trying to say though, is that the only thing that matters in life is how you feel about yourself. Right? Like all this shit you're talking about how you can be prevalent in society. And what I'm saying is that the only thing that matters is you.
Yeah, I think we've just been agreeing back and forth and just, you know, making random points. Just trying to drive something forward.
We could do that.
We're just trying to move forward. Yeah.
We could do that, but like vaginally, you gotta fix this.
Where did you say you were from?
I don't even know where the fuck I'm from anymore, man. Well, what do you mean by that? You mean by because like I'm Indian. That's where I'm from. I'm from fucking India.
Where I met him.
That's why it's nice to hear your perspective, man. It's kind of refreshing.
I was gonna say, Branch. Yeah, I know you didn't come to the Flat Earth conference with me that one time, but I don't know, man. Maybe we should still meet up and get a beer. We live so close, you know.
For sure, bro. I mean, I would say for sure, but it's never gonna happen.
Why? Because you look like a homeless guy.
No, I don't like to meet up with people from Discord.
So what, dude? I went to Dallas to fuck a chick from Discord.
I know you went to Dallas. I wouldn't even go to Fort Worth, bro.
Yeah, that's where I went. Fort Worth.
Nah, man, I'm not like
She was low grade.
I know. Honestly, fucking Kosho, when you told me, I kind of was like, really? Like what? The? And when I
Yeah,
said
dude, but you know,
really, I
you
meant
hear her,
like,
you hear her talking, right? But then when you see her, it just doesn't match up. You know?
I mean, you got your dick wet.
Yeah.
What do you guys think about
Anyway.
Check This Out? You can hear me okay? Can you hear me?
Yes,
Nah,
yes,
bro,
yes.
we're talking about fucking real women right there.
Oh.
Yeah, but no. Go ahead. I hear you.
So ride around in New York City all day, right? Like I deliver food. Bro, I'm looking at these buildings, like the bottoms of buildings, and like a good portion of these buildings in New York, the main entrance is underground. And I
Yeah,
just want to know.
I think the weird thing is
Oh, let
like,
him finish. Let him make his point. Though.
I
Curious
just
where he's
I just
going.
want to know, like, what is the practical reason to have the foundation actually, like, 10 feet underground, or did we stack more earth? Can we talk about this? Because I'm looking at a building right now, absolutely amazing, and it's super clear that this was not fucking it's not modern architecture. This was clearly built by someone that doesn't need modern technology. Like, I don't know how else to fucking say this.
you said it wrong.
Let me see. Branch, you were gonna say something. No, say something.
I wasn't. Go ahead.
My bad.
I was gonna
I'm
say
so
that.
bad at explaining this.
Well, I'm from New York City, and what you said that they did actually build. So some of the land in Manhattan was literally added from trash. Actually, like they created some of the infrastructure or some of the land with landfill trash from the past. But regardless, most even though like it's got like a bunch of big skyscrapers in Manhattan, there's actually more infrastructure below street level. Like there's a bigger yeah, I guess there's more real estate underneath Manhattan than there is above it. And it's because of tunnels and all there's a lot of subsystems. Like obviously subway, but lots of underground systems in Manhattan.
Yeah,
So
that's something to think about. It's almost like I'll just throw this video on.
I mean, how long does it take you to fucking recognize what he's saying?
Such a doofus, Branch.
I mean, it's very rare that when Kosho says something is wrong.
Shut the fuck up, Branch.
Are you seeing a fucking hilarious side to this?
Oh, Kosho, you said, yo, Kosho, can you hear me?
Oh yeah.
Kosho, he's got you now. Watch what he says.
I would never try to argue what you just said. I just because he believes in God doesn't mean he doesn't know.
My bad. I thought you had something fucking worthwhile to say. Elected, tell me about this fucking the shit Kosho asked you to talk about. What are you talking about? Some other bullshit.
My phone's dying.
What did Kosho ask you to talk about?
Ask him to talk about anything, you fucking weirdo.
Why are you laughing, bitch?
Because you just always crack me up, bitch.
Because it's funny.
Fucking, you look like a homeless guy.
I would love to be.
I imagine.
You know what, Kosho? I realized one thing in my life, right? I think I was supposed to be either homeless or in jail.
Yeah, well, maybe both.
I don't know, dude. I have this weird thing about life, dude. Like, I'm not happy with life,
Yeah.
right? And
Kosho, when I went
and Kosho, I'll tell you this, bro. Like, I went out on the road to make a shit ton of money. I thought would make me happy, and it didn't make me fucking happy, bro.
You told me.
I think that what I need is nothing. I want to live a life where I have nothing. I don't like just nothing, bro. I think I'll be so happy.
Branch, I'm 33. Are you older than me?
Yeah, but what I mean by that, bro, is like possessions. Possessions or just fucking wealth. All of this bullshit. It's bullshit, bro. It's like honestly what life's about is having nothing. Life is about having nothing. I want a life with nothing. And honestly, dude, the weirdest shit is that I think the closest place I can get to having a life with nothing is going to jail.
Yeah, but if you had to go to prison for 20 years, what would you want it to be for? Like, what do you think would make it worth it?
I mean, it would honestly be something that caused no harm to anyone else.
Guys, I hate to say
if
this,
I was gonna go to
Discord is
jail,
killing my
I would
fucking
hope
phone,
the reason.
and I gotta
no
peace
harm.
out because my phone's dying.
What I'd probably do is
not running away from the conversation. It's because my phone's dying. Peace out, guys.
Kosho, honestly, I understand payments so fucking well in America that I'd probably just
Later, guys.
I'd probably just figure out a way to make payments. You know, every transaction work for me. I could have fucked with it a long time ago, but I don't want money either, Kosho. I just want peace. Does that make sense? I just want a peaceful mind where I'm not thinking about what other people thought of me the last time I spoke to them or anything like that. I just want to live in a world where we can be us and not care about negativity.
Shit sound like some kumbaya shit, bro.
And my kumbaya shit, you want to suck it?
Nah, I leave that to Kosho.
I'll kumbaya in your fucking mouth. You want me to?
I actually would not appreciate it. Kosho,
Then no
I
fucking.
think Kosho would appreciate it.
My bad. Did you walk in here and ask me to kumbaya in your mouth? If not, shut the fuck up.
I mean, if you want me to get disrespectful, I could get disrespectful. I'm
Go
actually
ahead, bro.
trying not to.
Get disrespectful, motherfucker.
Not at all. Not at all. I'm not even trying to do that, bro. Let's
Well,
try to have
do
a
it.
conversation.
You just asked me if I want to hear you do it, and I said yes. I want to hear you do it. Kumbaya, bitch.
That
What's
made
going
you
on,
feel
Mitch?
better? That made you feel better, bro? You feel better? You feel confident about yourself? You feel like you did something?
Nah, not at all. Gives you a chance to talk.
You probably
What the
felt
fuck?
really stupid afterwards,
What?
didn't you?
What the fuck was
After
you
the
gonna say?
outburst, you probably
No,
felt really
You
stupid,
know,
right?
right now, bro. I'm just chilling. What the fuck was you gonna say?
Don't worry about it, bro. What's good, Kosho?
Yo, Matrix. The fuck was you gonna say?
Never mind, bro.
I'm sorry, my vagina wants to hear it.
It was actually you that was talking about wanting world peace and shit. Are you running for like a pageant or something? Like you running for Miss Bitch of America or something, or Britain or London? Why you crying so much, bro? Stop being a bitch. We men. Get your head up. Get shit
Honestly,
done.
bro, you know, the biggest thing I run from is my own mind. Like, regardless of all this shit you're talking about, yeah, it's my mind who's the biggest cunt towards me. Right? That's what's up.
Are you saying you don't control your mind?
It's very hard to control my mind. My mind's so negative that I wish I could control my mind. I can't.
I mean, listen. Are you hearing voices or something? Man, you might have some sort of condition, bro.
It's not so much about voices. It's more the fact that I'm a negative person, and my mind is also, and that's why everything I think about, my mind thinks about, is always negative.
Oh, dude, I got the solution, bro. You need some pussy, bro. Go get some pussy.
No, I mean pussies. Getting pussy helps, right? It helps. Not thinking about that, but it doesn't really help. It's, I mean, I wish I could get pussy and make it change shit, but like, I've got to a point nowadays where it's like getting pussy is for fun. It's just fun. It's not about relationships. It's about getting my dick sucked.
Oh, I get it. You feel lonely.
Wait, so you think for you, pussy is not about getting your dick sucked?
I mean, if you actually care for the person, it wouldn't just be about that. That would be just like a part of it.
All right. Do you realize now why this conversation is fucked? Because I only want my dick sucked when I get my pussy. I mean,
if that's all you want, don't complain about feeling negative. Women help with that. They help with depression a lot. They actually motivate you, and if you just use them to get your dick sucked, wouldn't you say that could be causal for how you feel?
honestly, dude, like if I really like a girl, I wouldn't want her to suck my dick. Because I actually feel like it's disrespectful for a girl to suck my dick. If I really like a girl, there'll be no dick sucking involved. I would lick her out, but she won't suck my dick.
I guarantee you she'll be sucking somebody's dick, bro.
I mean, I said that the problem is that like once you lick a girl out, she has to suck your dick. Like, it's this weird thing, right?
I mean, it isn't about sucking dick and pussy, bro. It's about pleasure, right? If you enjoy it, she loves you or cares for you and wants you to enjoy yourself, she will do it. If she doesn't want to do it, then that's the whole nother
Nah,
conversation.
bro. You honestly, you don't know how to fucking lick pussy. Like, if you lick a girl out good enough, she will suck your dick.
It's been my experience that you don't really have to do all that, bro. But okay.